as well. And we'll start the session in next 1 minute. Okay. I started the recordings as well. Let me just share my screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, Sachin.
Okay. So guys, we'll start our session now. And before we start, let me quickly introduce myself. So my name is Sachin Isaria. Currently, I'm working as an senior IT consultant in a global IT firm where I look after all the IT audit related assignment like an ITGC audit, IT audit, SOX audit, system audit, cybersecurity audit. Apart from that, I am a CAG and panel trainer. So I do provide training to CAG officers and I also provide training for CISA ISO 27001 and IT audit practical approach course training. Okay. So this is a brief background about myself, guys. And now we will quickly do a introduction round with our all the participants so that we can understand each other. We can understand your expectations from the session. Okay, guys. So we'll quickly do the introduction round and we'll start that with the Vikas first. Vikas, you can unmute and you can, quickly introduce yourself to the audience. Okay, sorry, Vikas is from my team only. Abdullah, you can unmute and you can introduce yourself to the team.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Abdullah Khan. I am from Trinidad and Tobago. I am an internal auditor working with a government agency. It's non-profit.
Okay.
And I looked at some of the videos that Sachin has on YouTube, and this attracted me to want to do CISA with him, and I'm hoping to be successful. So that's it from my end.
Okay, perfect. Next is Ben.
Hello, my name is Ben. Uh, I have over 10 years working experience in the telecom sector. Currently, I'm working in the financial sector.
Okay.
I'm also transitioning into IT, general ITGC and the GRC as well. Having my CISA is my short-term goal at the moment, and I've also seen Sachin to be someone who could help to achieve this goal in a short time. I am looking forward to getting the best experience from this class and taking it further from there. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Okay, next is David.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is David. I am a CPA, about 15 years working experience, got recommendation for the class from a friend of mine who did it, and he's in IT. So I'm also trying to expand my knowledge in terms of systems and security. So that's why
Perfect.
this class interested me. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next is Durgesh.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. So, myself,
Hi.
Durgesh Chaudhary. I'm working for a CME group in Bangalore.
Okay.
So, I have around 7 years of experience in most of the in ITGC control evidencing and currently working in
Okay.
OSCAL control automation. But like I'm planning to move my career in a like IT audit. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's the reason. As of now, I don't have any certification. So, I thought to start with this CISA one.
Perfect. Perfect. Next is Ankur.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I am working as a senior internal auditor at a insurance company based out of United States. I have
Okay.
close about 6 years of experience into internal audit, SOX, and internal audit and SOX with primary domination in business audits. So yeah, that's a bit background about me.
Okay, great. Next is Karthik.
Hey, hi, good evening, everyone. Myself, Karthik. I've been working in IT for last 12 years as a SAP consultant,
Okay.
and I think I've attended Sachin's couple of sessions, so I'm just fascinated with it. My journey now with CISA. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Great. Next is Kiran.
Hi, this is Kiran. I have total around 5 years of IT experience. Initially,
Uh-huh.
first 4 years I worked as SAP admin, like
Uh-huh.
SAP GRC configuration part of I work majorly. Later, I moved to like an ITGC consultant, one of the big four audit organizations.
Okay.
And currently, I'm working for SOCMAN engagements, and I would like to do for CISA certification for my cool future perspective. So that's the reason I joined this course.
Perfect. Perfect. Next is Kshitij.
Hi everyone, this is Kshitij Agarwal. I am a consultant and I audit normally. I have some experience with IT audits, and my expectation here is to create a discipline framework to help me, get into the study mode and clear CISA.
Okay. Okay. That's great. Next is Nitin.
Hello everyone, this is Nitin. I am a chartered accountant by profession and a certified internal auditor. And currently
Okay.
I'm working in a private company in Dubai.
Okay.
So that's it. I'm looking for CISA certification now.
Okay. That's great. Next is Piyush.
Hey, hi everyone. I am Piyush Raj. I am consultant in one of the big four organization.
Okay.
I have experience in IT external and internal audit, both mainly into IT SOX testing,
Okay.
and I'm really excited to learn new things from this session.
Okay. That's great. Next is Shreyash.
Hi everyone, I am
Right.
Shreyas. I am working in WPP as cloud compliance,
Okay.
and I'm eagerly first time I'm joining with Sachin. I hope
Okay.
so everything will go cool.
Okay. Okay. So in cloud, like which cloud you are looking for the like compliance, AWS, GWP, specific, any cloud company?
Actually, I am certified with the AWS Solution
Okay.
Architect Associate. Now,
Okay.
presently, I am working in Azure.
Okay.
Going forward, I hope I will work in GCP as well as.
Okay. Okay. That's great. Next is Shubham.
Hey, hi all. Good afternoon or whatsoever time in your time zone. I am currently working with one of the global consulting firm.
Uh-huh.
I'm into mainly in the IT audit or system audit of the bank. So we
Okay.
do GRE or risk assessment for that. And the
Uh-huh.
expectation from this course is to get a certification so I can improve my knowledge about cybersecurity and audit because I don't
Perfect.
have any certification.
Perfect. Perfect. Next is Srinivas. Srinivas, you are on mute. Okay. We'll move to the next one, Sukanya.
Hi everyone, good evening. So I'm Sukanya and I'm working in WPP as a cloud audit and compliance
Okay.
analyst. So I have done my CCSK certifications. I am having 3 years of experience in WPP, and now I
Okay.
want to explore further into cloud frameworks and information security. So I joined this batch.
Perfect. Perfect. Next is Venkata.
Venkatan is or is it Venkat, Sachin?
I think there is two. One is Venkatesh and one is Venkat. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me go. Hi
Yeah.
everyone. My name is Venkatesh. I currently work as a deputy manager in a renowned global IT consulting company.
Okay.
So I'm mostly into cybersecurity consulting services and TPRM audits, PCI DSS internal assessments. So my objective and expectation of joining here is to upgrade my skills and having a recognition by having the CISA certification in the auditing
o-
field. Thank you.
Okay. That's great. That's great. Next is now Venkat. Yeah, you can speak. I think you have already unmuted Venkat. You are not audible if you are speaking something.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible now.
Yeah, Sachin. I was on mute actually.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Venkat Charit. I'm currently working
Okay.
with one of the big fours in financial
Okay.
audit domain,
Okay.
and I'm planning to switch to IT audit. So I have started with this particular session, and I want to clear my CISA so that I can switch to IT audit domain. And I'm a
Okay.
semi-qualified chartered accountant. I don't hold any of the certificates as of now, but this would be my first certificate.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely. Okay. So I think, Srinivas, you have to rejoin the session because I don't have a right to unmute. Maybe there is some problem with your audio. So maybe you can rejoin the session. Okay. Perfect, guys. So anyone else who is left with the introduction round, or are we done with the introduction? Are we done with the introduction round? Perfect, guys. So now what we will do is, I think we have already covered about the details about the CISA, that what is CISA and what is the course content. Okay. So I will not, discuss those things again. Okay. We'll directly start with our session because we have already discussed in our webinar that what is CISA and what is the course content of CISA, everything. Okay. And I will also share you that link in your WhatsApp group. So we have created one group as well. If you have not joined that group, guys, please check your email. In the email invite itself, I have provided you one link for the WhatsApp group. Okay. So that is a one thing. You can join that group so that, whenever we are doing any updates and whenever we are sharing any updates, you can refer to that group. Okay. So that is a one thing. And apart from that, guys, I have created a Google Drive. Okay, so basically what we do is whenever we are doing any session, so what we do, we create a Google Drive where we would be uploading all the data. For example, in our class, we would be discussing the topic with the help of PPTs, with the help of some dummy data. So all that data would be uploaded in this particular drive. Okay, and you will get an access to this drive on your registered email ID. Okay, like after this session, I would be sharing you the access to this Google Drive. You can access all the documents, whatever documents which I am showing you in the class, or whatever document that I want to share with you. So I would be sharing all the document with the help of this drive only. And this drive access will be provided to your registered email ID. So during the break, you will get that link. I will provide that link in our WhatsApp group as well. Okay, I will be uploading that link in a WhatsApp group so that you can access all the documents and all other material which I am going to share with you. Okay, so this is about our course now. If you have any query, any doubt till now, you can ask, guys. Anything that you want to discuss till now, if you have anything uh, related to our course, you can ask. Otherwise, we'll start our class, and we'll start our class with domain one. Okay. Tell me any query, any
Sa-
doubt before we start the session.
Sachin,
Yeah.
can we download those documents which are uploaded in the drive, or is it just
Yeah.
view permission?
So I will tell you, there are few documents for which you would be having a view access. For example, guys, I would be sharing you couple of PPTs, my handwritten notes and everything. For that, you would be having a view access. I would be sharing you some of the Q&A manual. I would be sharing you some of the class notes. For that, there would be a download access. So basically, I will tell you very simple logic. So those documents which are confidential, which I want to protect, and I want that those documents should not be distributed in a public domain. For that, I would be providing you a view access and couple of documents which you may require for your practice and all, for like your Q&As and the books and all. For that, I would be giving you a download access. Okay. Okay. Is that clear? Perfect. Venkat, is it clear?
Sachin,
Yeah,
can you
yeah,
hear me now?
Sachin. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Tell me. Tell me.
This is Srinivas. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Srinivas, you are audible now. Please. Please.
Okay, guys, I just rejoined. So
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
checking
Please.
my audio whether I'm able to
No, no, you
rejoin
can
or not.
introduce
So
yourself, Srinivas. You have not done the introduction. Tell me.
correct. Yeah. Myself, Srinivas. I have overall 15 years of IT experience in
Okay.
Active Directory, mail server, Exchange servers, and Now I'm trying to look at in the GRC field. I have completed my lead implementer certification also. So
Okay.
currently targeting on the CISA training and certification. Post that want to move into that field. Uh,
Okay, that's great. That's great, Srinivas. Perfect, guys. So let's start with the domain one. So domain one is related to information system auditing process. I think somebody have raised the hand. Ankur, you have any query or doubt?
Yeah, Sachin, this is Ankur. So, what I understand is after the class, a recording of this class will also be provided, right? So, that will
Yes,
be
perfect.
provided in the same Google Drive, or is there any
Perfect,
other way?
perfect. No, no, no. On the same drive, you will get the
Okay,
recordings as well. Okay. So
okay, okay.
this is our drive link. Okay. So like for example, books, notes, and here you will see one more folder with the name of class recordings. And after the sessions, once you get an access to drive, you can access everything. Okay. Single
Got it.
drive having all the details.
Got it. Thank you.
Perfect. Now, guys, let's start with the domain one. So domain one is information system auditing process. So basically, I will just give you an overview of this particular domain. In this domain, we will be going to discuss about some of the auditing related concept. Okay. And those auditing related concept we will discuss specifically from the perspective of information system auditing. Okay. So those who are already working in an audit domain, for them certain topics would be like very easy to understand, because since they are already working in audit domain. Those who are working in a technical domain or like specific to the technology, for them it may be like little bit new things. Okay, guys, but we'll discuss that very much in a depth. Okay, so that even if you are not from an audit background, you can easily understand those topic. Okay, guys. So first, let me start with the simple terminology like an audit. Okay, so guys, when you heard this terminology audit, what comes in your mind? Can you tell me like what do you understand from the term audit? Just share me your thought, please. What is audit? Tell me. What is audit? I want your input, guys. See,
reviewing
let's,
the re-
yeah,
reviewing the defined process or
reviewing the
procedures.
defined process, reviewing the defined process. Okay, what about others? What is audit? What is audit? So guys, we have to make these sessions a bit, it should not be the case that I am the only speaking. We'll make it little bit interactive so that you can also participate. Yeah, Ben, please tell me. What is audit? What is
Okay, so
audit?
audit has to do with evaluating processes along in line with guidelines that may have been provided previously.
Okay, okay. So as a part of audit, we are checking whether the process are in line with the guidelines or not. Okay, in lines with the guidelines or not. So basically, guys, what is an audit? Audit is a simple thing, like as a part of audit, auditors will verify whatever process, whatever areas, whatever controls that he is verifying, whether those controls are in line with the regulatory requirement, in line with the company's policies, procedures or not. That is what the auditor will generally do, correct? So that is what the audit is. Now, my question to you, how organization will decide that what all audits they will be going to perform in the current financial year? For example, guys, let's take an example that there is a one company called as an SHN company. Now, SHN company is doing their audit planning. As a part of audit planning, what companies are doing, first company have to decide now what all audits they are going to perform, correct? How many audits will be performed and in which quarter it will perform, correct? So there will be a step-by-step process through which company will decide that what all audits they are going to conduct. So do you know the process of doing this particular things, that how companies are defining their audit planning, how they are doing audit planning? Do you know the process, any one of you? How companies are doing their audit planning?
So,
Tell me.
Sachin, there is one thing called the audit calendar. So,
Okay,
who is the audit manager or the audit head, like
perfect.
internal audit team head, has created one calendar. Then these are the requirement from the upper management or the, because we are verifying independently all these things. So they will give these are list of 10 audits. Some of them may be compliance, some may be operational, some may be related to regulatory. So we will first get the list from the head audit head in the form of calendar. He will decide who will do what is required from that. Like for example, there is a team of 5 people in the internal audit, so he
Correct.
will assign this kind of audit is done by you, this is the date, and they then he will send the audit engagement letter or the email to the respective department.
Okay, okay, perfect answer, Shubham. So just last thing you have mentioned about an engagement letter. So basically that is an audit announcement, okay? Because engagement letter is a different terminology which we use
Correct, sorry.
when we are appointing an external audit. But you are absolutely right. See guys, how the audit planning is done. So there is a person who is known as a head of internal audit department. So what that head of internal audit department will be doing, first he will propose the audit plan, which is also known as a audit calendar. Like Shubham have mentioned that this person will prepare the audit calendar or audit plan. Now, how he will prepare the audit calendar, audit plan? So he will do an individual risk assessment. Okay, he will do one risk assessment. As a part of risk assessment, he will see that what are the areas where high risks are there, what are the regulatory requirement, what is the need of business, in which area there are major gaps, major findings. So accordingly he will do a small risk assessment kind of activity, and he will also refer to a document which is known as a audit universe. Guys, do you know what is this terminology, audit universe? Do you know what is this audit universe? By any chance, have you heard about this document, audit universe? Any one of
Audit
you?
universe is a list of all the auditable areas, all the entities in a group, or all the areas like what processes they may be covering.
Very good answer, Nitin. Very good answer. So basically, it is nothing, guys, but it is an inventory. It is an inventory of all areas which are there in a company. Like you might have seen that companies are maintaining an asset inventory, which includes all the assets which are there in the company. Similarly, organization will also maintain the audit universe document, which will include all the processes which are there in the company, all the departments which are there in the company, all the applications. So basically, it is like an inventory. So basically, when he would be deciding, this head of internal auditor would be deciding what area needs to be audited, at that time he will refer to this document. Okay, so this is the first step where audit head will propose the audit plan based on the risk assessment, based on the audit universe. Then this plan will go to which committee? It will go to the audit committee. So basically the audit department reports to the audit committee of the board. So the plan which he has proposed, that plan will go to the audit committee. Now audit committee will discuss that particular plan, they will provide their input, and after considering the input and everything, they will provide their go ahead, boss, this is the final plan. Now this approved plan goes to the board of directors as well. Board of director will also see, board of director will also acknowledge the same. And once this is done, the same audit plan is issued as an audit announcement where individuals, head of departments are being intimated that we are going to perform this audit in this financial year. So this is how your audit planning is being done in the organization. This is the step-by-step process through which they would be doing an audit planning. Now, there are a lot of people who have not seen the audit calendar or audit plan in a real life. Guys, have you seen this document in a real life? Is there anyone who have not seen this document, how this document will look like in a real life? Do you want to see this document, audit plan or calendar? Let me just show you that, guys, how this document will look like so that you will get a better clarity that what we are talking about. So for example, guys, this is my audit calendar or this is my audit plan. As you can see on the screen, so this plan I have prepared at the start of the year, and we have decided that we will be going to conduct this 6 audit. This 2 regulatory audit, 3 process audit, 1 thematical audit. And this we are talking about only technology audit. Apart from that, if you want to I think guys, you need to mute yourself if you are not speaking because there is some echo. Okay, so when you are speaking, then unmute and otherwise keep on mute. Perfect. So guys, this is your audit calendar. So this is how it will get prepared and this is how it will approved and finalized. And once it is finalized, we will issue that as an audit announcement to all the departments. So you can see there are various format. Okay, every company will be having their own format. This is another format which you can see here. So here also they have decided that they will do this audit and in this month they will be going to conduct this audit. Okay. So I hope this is clear to everyone what is audit planning and how it is being performed. Step by step process is clear. Is this clear? A couple of acknowledgement, guys. Is this clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Perfect, guys.
Yes,
Now,
Sachin. What
yeah,
is the
please.
thematic audit?
Yeah, I will tell you, Venkat, what is a thematical audit. So basically what happened, one is a normal audit, okay? Or maybe you can consider it as a normal or operational audit and versus there is a thematical audit. When I say a thematical audits are a detailed review where we are performing audit of a particular area and that too also in-depth evaluation of particular area. For example, have you heard about ITGC audit? Venkat, have you heard about ITGC audit?
Yes, Sachin. Yes.
ITGC. Now, in ITGC audit, you might have seen there are a lot of areas, correct? Like, for
Mm.
example, user access management, change management, incident management. Likewise, there are various area, correct? And as a part of
Yes.
ITGC, we are just verifying test of design, test of effectiveness. So this is a normal audit. Now, suppose if you are doing a thematical audit of a user access management. So now in this thematical audit, you have included only one area. Now you will do the in-depth evaluation of the user access management. Your sample size would be on a higher side. Your test of effectiveness check would be on higher side. So this you would be doing an in-depth evaluation of the particular area. So we call that audit as a thematical audit. Thematical audit means what? In-depth evaluations of a particular area. Okay. Okay. Is it clear, Venkat?
Yeah,
Is
understood,
that like
Sachin. Thank you.
substantive audit, Sachin?
Sorry, Kiran, come again.
Is that like substantive audit?
No, substantive is a different terminology, Kiran. Like we'll discuss that in the upcoming slides. Okay, it is a procedure, like, auditor will apply the procedure. So maybe you can say that in thematical audit will go much in a detail. So, but this substantive testing, we will discuss about this terminology in the upcoming slide. This is used from the audit procedures perspective. Okay,
Okay.
Kiran. Yeah. Perfect,
Yes,
guys. So
got it.
this is about the audit planning. Now, as we discussed, this audit plan will be reviewed and approved by the top management. Correct? Like your audit committee will review and they will approve the same. Now, let me tell you about one thing. See, guys, for example, you have prepared this audit plan at the start of the year. Okay. And in between of the year, what happened? Indian government have passed the DPDP rules. You might have heard about, guys, this in India, like DPDP Act has been already approved by both the House of Parliament, correct? Data privacy. As of now, rules are in progress. Now, suppose in between of the financial year, government also finalize the rules. And now it is mandatory for a company to do the data privacy review. Now, in between of the financial year, you have to change your audit plan. Correct, guys? You have to change your audit calendar because this audit needs to be added as a part of regulatory audit. Am I right? Correct. So
Correct.
here, what is the point? That your audit plan should be flexible enough to address the changes into the risk environment. You cannot say, boss, I have already prepared my audit calendar. So for this particular financial year, I will do only 6 audit. No, this is not right. Your audit plan should be a flexible enough to address the changes into the risk environment, changes into the regulatory environment, or changes into the market condition. If there are any changes, you need to incorporate those changes. Obviously, it will follow the same cycle. For example, you need to take an approval from audit committee, board of director, and then you need to issue that as an audit announcement that, boss, due to this reason, we have added one more audit in our audit plan or audit calendar because of this reason. So your audit plan has to be flexible enough to address the changes into the risk environment. Okay, guys. So this is about audit planning. Criteria for audit process selections we have already discussed, guys. BOD is a board of directors, Srinivas. BOD stands for board of director, correct? Group of people in a company, board of directors, correct? Yeah. So that is a BOD. Okay. Let me just write that for you. Okay. Perfect. Now, guys, as we discussed that how a head of internal audit department will be deciding what all audit needs to be, included into the audit plan. So criteria for selection of audit process. So he will refer to a document called an audit universe and he will do the risk assessment. When he would be doing a risk assessment, obviously he will focus on the high risk areas, the areas where high risks are involved. He will try to include those areas into the into the audit plan or audit calendar, correct? And risk assessment also, guys, we can perform risk assessment using two methods. One is a quantitative method and another is a qualitative method. Guys, we will be going to discuss about this very much in a detail when we will discuss about risk assessment topic, but I will just give you a small heads up here. Do you know, guys, difference between qualitative and quantitative risk assessment? What is the difference? Qualitative versus quantitative? Any one of you? Qualitative versus quantitative, tell me quickly.
Quantitative is based on the numbers, and qualitative is based on the like sample size.
Okay, so
Qualitative is
yeah, yeah.
high, medium, low, whereas
Perfect.
qualitative is based on percentage of risk.
Based on percentage or numbers. So guys, we'll discuss about that in upcoming slides as well. So when you are doing a risk assessment using a number and percentage, so that means you are doing it based on a quantitative parameter. And when you are doing a qualitative, so you will use some subjective parameter like a high, medium, and low. High, medium, and low. I will show you that in the upcoming slide. Don't worry about it. Okay. So this is about the criteria for selections of audit universe. We have discussed this terminology audit universe. It is nothing but an inventory of all the processes, functions, units. Quantitative risk assessment and qualitative risk assessment. Quantitative, we use a numerical parameters and the percentage. In qualitative, we'll use high, medium, low. And when the person would be doing a risk assessment, he will consider the presence of a various risk factors, okay, factors that can affect to the organizations. So he will consider that. So this is about audit planning, guys. Now we'll discuss about another important terminology, which is known as a 3LD. 3LD means what, guys? Three line of defense. Have you heard about this, guys? Three line of defense. Any one of you? What is three line of defense concept? Tell me.
It is various, stages in an organization for identifying the risks
Very
and
good.
internal assessments. For example, LD1, it is the operations team, LD2, it is the internal audit team, and LD3, it is the external audit team.
No, 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 no. You are right, but the 1, 2, 3 is a wrong gut.
Yeah,
LD3 is
Okay.
an internal. Yeah. Tell.
one is control owner itself, second is compliance team, and third is internal audit.
Very good answer, Piyush. So basically, in organizations, what will happen, guys? Risk can be identified at a various stages. So you will create a different line of defense. So first line of defense is a manager staff who would be doing that task. Okay. So they are a primary responsible for identifying any risk if it is there. Okay. So the person who is doing that task or managing that task, they act as a first line of defense in the company. Then second line of defense would be the risk management and the compliance department who oversees the compliance requirement for a particular area, particular department. So they act as a second line of defense in the company. Okay. And third line of defense is your internal audit department, who provides an independent assurance about the compliance of a particular process, particular area, particular application. So your internal audit department will act as a third line of defense in the company. Internal audit department act as a third line of defense into the company. Now you might be thinking, Sachin, what about an external auditor Or what about regulatory auditors? Correct. So guys, external auditors and regulatory auditors are over and above three line of defense. Over and above three line of defense. There is no concept of fourth line of defense. Okay, there is no terminology basically. So you can say that external auditor and regulatory auditors are over and above three line of defense. If anything which has been missed from all the three line of defense, then maybe external auditor or regulatory auditors can identify the same. Okay, so this particular concept is known as a 3LD, three line of defense into the company, and internal audit department act as a third line of defense into the company. And can you please tell me, guys, this internal audit department reports to which committee? We have discussed that in the previous slide as well. Which committee it will report? It will report to which committee? Audit committee of the board. Audit committee of the board, correct? So they will report to the audit committee of the board to protect their independence of the audit function. Okay. So there is one terminology here, guys. Okay. Have you heard about audit charter by any chance? Audit charter. See, audit charter. What is this document, audit charter? Any one of you?
It gives an authority to the audit team. I mean, empowered from the audit head.
Very good. Okay, okay.
Roles and
What about?
responsibilities of the audit team.
Very good answer. Okay. So guys, basically, let me tell you what is an audit charter. Audit charter is nothing but it is a governing document for the internal audit function. For the internal audit function, this is the governing document. This governing document will include what? It will include the objective, authority, responsibility of the audit department. Okay, the purpose of the audit, the scope of the audit function, the responsibility of the management, responsibility of internal auditor, and who all are authorized to do the audit work. So basically this is the details which are included into the audit charter, and this document should be reviewed and approved by the top management. So generally you will see this document whenever in a real life you will see that audit committee generally reviews and approves the audit charter document. Okay, and you need to make sure that this document should not be changed too often, because this is a governing document and it is like a policy. It is nothing like, for example, in organization we have a policy document for various processes, correct? So similarly, audit charter is also one of a governing document for internal audit function. So you need to make sure that this document should not be changed too often. Hence, what we do generally, procedural aspect related to audit, we are not including into the audit charter. Otherwise, what will happen if you will include the procedural aspect of the audit, then you need to change this document to the multiple time. So we are doing avoiding that. This document generally reviewed by audit committee on an annual basis. Okay, and this document will include the accountability and responsibility of audit department. Okay, so guys, again, my question to you, see, basically in this class, my objective is to tell you the theory, and I also want to tell you that what is a practical implication of the same. Okay, so by any chance, guys, have you seen this document in a real life audit charter? How does it look like and all? Have you seen that document, audit charter? If no, let me just show you that how this document will look like. I have a couple of examples for the same. So for example, this is my audit charter document. As we discussed, guys, what does it include? It will include the purpose of internal audit. Okay. The objective of internal audit. It will include the scope and authority of internal audit, that what all authorities the internal audit department has. It will also include the responsibilities of our internal audit in the various scenario, in the various situations. Okay, the what standards and what approach auditor will follow while doing an audit. So that will also included here. independence of internal audit. It will talk about the independence, that internal audit is an independent area, correct? Authority and what are the rights, objective, confidentiality. So all the details will be included into the audit charter. Don't worry about it, guys. So whatever document that I am showing you here in the class, all that document will be included into the Google Drive. Okay. So very good question. Somebody have asked me, Sachin, what about an external auditor? Very good question. Very good. Karthik, I will tell you. Okay. What you share the course topic week wise will be covered. Srinivas, can you tell me what
No,
is
I
your
mean,
query?
I mean, typo. Can you share the course topics week-wise will be covered? It's a type.
Yeah, so Srinivas, generally what we do, like we haven't prepared anything topic wise, but our plan is what, like for example, we have to cover this course in a 40 hours. Okay. So in a first five class, we'll be going to cover domain 1, 2, 3, and in the next five class, we'll cover domain 4 and 5. Okay. And after each the class, like we will not go like first domain 1, then domain 4, 5, not like this. We'll go sequentially. Like first we'll cover domain 1, then domain 2, domain 3, domain 4, domain 5. Likewise, we'll go domain wise only. So for example, in
Okay.
domain 1, whatever topics are there, serially, whatever there in our review manual, will follow that same sequence basically. Okay. Okay. Srinivas, clear? Yeah. Now, Karthik is asking me, what about an external auditor? So, Karthik, let me explain you the same now. But before we discuss that, audit charter is clear to everyone. Do you have any query, any doubt related to audit charter? Is it clear? Is it clear, guys? Couple of acknowledgement when I ask for the same. Yeah. Is it clear, everyone? Perfect.
I have a question on this.
Please,
Uh,
please tell me, Piyush.
you mentioned that the charter should not be changed frequently. So
Very good.
let's
Yeah.
say there is a change in scope of the system.
Uh-huh.
What about that? And like in
So
that
what
case,
we, yeah, what we have discussed, it should not be changed too often. Okay, it should not be changed too often. For example, if there are major change, or if as a part of regular review, you want to review the document. For example, each document should be reviewed at least at what frequency? At least at
annual.
least on a year annual basis, correct? At least on an annual basis we need to review all the document. So if it is a major change, and if it is a like changes into the company's management level or something, at that time obviously you can change the document. Okay, what we are writing here is it should not be changed too often. For example, in your audit charter you have included that from my organization during the 2024-25, this five audit will be conducted. This five audit will be conducted by Sachin and Malish and this person, correct? So now what you are doing, you are including this procedural aspect into the audit charter, which is not a right approach, correct? Because there might be a cases that you need to change that allocation of the resources. Maybe you can change based on the availability of the resources, correct? So this should not be included into the audit charter. That is what written here. Okay. Okay, Karthik, is it clear? Who have asked this?
Got
Clear?
it. Yeah.
Piyush. Yeah. Perfect, guys. So this is about audit charter. Now let me explain you guys what if organization will appoint the external auditor. So let me just explain you the process, entire process. See, guys, first we have prepared the audit calendar. Okay. First, what we have done, we have prepared the audit calendar. Now, after preparations of the audit calendar, organization need to decide that out of that six audit, what all audits will be conducted by internal audit department. There are six total audits, correct? In our audit calendar, there are total six audits. Now, out of the six audit, few audits will be performed by which department, guys? By internal audit department. Or for few audits, you will require what? You will require the
External. External.
external auditor, correct? You will require the external auditor. Now, guys, see, on what basis we will select the external auditor and in what situations we will appoint the external auditor. So guys, there is one very common thing. Whenever we are performing regulatory audit, like I am telling you about, majority of the regulatory audits are performed by the which auditor? Mostly external only, correct? There are few which can be performed by internal auditors as well. I'm not denying that, but majority of time external audit, regulatory audits are performed by the external auditor. One more thing here, sometimes what is happening, guys, in the internal audit department, suppose if we have a limited resources, like I have an internal audit team of only 5 people and I want to do 12 audit in the financial year. Now, definitely I have to outsource some of my work to the external consulting firm. Correct, guys? When you have a lack of resources or when you have a lack of expertise, there are few internal audit teams where you will find that there are no IT people. Can any one of you please confirm me? Have you seen those scenario where there is an internal audit team, but in internal audit team, there are no technical people? Any one of you? Have you seen that in your company by any chance? Where we don't have a technical people in the internal audit department, correct? At that time also you can outsource. So basically, guys, whenever we want to outsource our firm to the external auditor, now let me explain you what is the process of the same, how we will appoint an external auditor. Any one of you, please, do you want to tell me that how we appoint an external auditor? What is the step by step process of appointing an external auditor? Any one of you, tell me.
We'll first put a request. What are all the audits need to be done?
Okay, what it is called in a
Then
technical terms, Srinivas?
audit engagement letter, something like that.
No, that is a final step. It is called as a
Okay.
RFP. Very good answer.
RFP.
It RFP. RFP stands for request for proposal. What is RFP?
Request for
RFP
okay.
is request for proposal. Now, how company will float the RFP? What are the ways to float the RFP? Company can float the RFP through the website, guys. Through the website. For example, let me just show you real life example. For example, you want to see what all audits are there in the LIC. I want to see that. So I will go LIC tender. Okay. So they have created a dedicated module on their website where you can find all the RFPs. Okay. Whether it is related to audit or whether it is related to any work, all the RFPs are available here. You can go and you can search for the same. Okay. For example, in India, government have created a portal. I don't know whether you have heard about this or not. It is called as a GEM portal, government e-marketplace. So majority of government organizations RFPs are available on this particular portal. So, like we as a consulting firm, we always look for an opportunity to work, and RFP is like an opportunity for us. So we always look for the RFP. So RFP can be available on the website, maybe on certain portal. Sometime company directly sending that over an email. Suppose if you have good relationship with the client, they are sending you RFP via an email. Like previously, I'm talking about when there was very less use of internet and all. At that time, these RFPs were also available in the newspapers. Correct. So this is how company will roll out the RFP. What is the second step after RFP? What will happen? After RFP, what will happen? Second step is what? Company will send the proposal. Correct. For example, this RFP has been rolled out. LIC have issued a tender here. In the tender, basically what will happen, guys? They will provide the terms and conditions as well. Okay, let me just show you for so that you get a better clarity, guys. Have you seen the RFP document, guys? Detailed RFP document by any chance? Tell me
No,
quickly.
no.
No. Let me just show
Yes.
you how this. Okay. Those who have not seen this, I will show you a real life example so that you can relate the same. And guys, this is also there in your syllabus. Okay. So don't think that we are discussing anything out of a syllabus. Everything is there in your syllabus. So I am just discussing that only. So for example, SHL company is there. SHL company have rolled out an RFP for an ITGC audit. So now in RFP, what all details are included? As you can see here, first I given information about my company. Then I given information that you need to submit a bid to this particular email ID to this particular person. Last date of submission of bid is also provided here. Then I will show you couple of important clause of RFP. Okay. This is my detailed scope of work. So as a part of audit, you have to cover this area. So that is given here. And this is very important. In every RFP, you will see some eligibility criteria. Eligibility criteria means what? Who all can apply for this RFP? Who all can apply for this RFP? Now, guys, have you heard about this agency called as a CERTIL? Have you heard about this agency called as a CERTIL?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes. Okay. What about
Yes.
others? Everyone? Correct. So, guys, what happened in India? We have one body which is known as a CERTID. Okay. So, this is a regulatory body. Okay, which covers the entire information technology, cyber security in our country. See, every country has their own cert. For example, in India, we have a cert. In US, you will see US cert. Okay. In US, there is a US cert. For example, if I talk about Australia, so they have a AUS cert. Okay. Recently, even Pakistan have also formed their Pak cert. So every country has their own cert. The objective of, forming a cert is what this particular body, what they will do, they will see that whatever cyber security, strengthen which we can do in our country, how we can strong our technology, information technology, what are the various threats, what are the various vulnerability to the industries, and accordingly what they do, they issue the advisories as well. Okay, what they do, they issues the advisories as well. Let me reshare my screen. Okay, for example, we'll discuss this in the our upcoming some of the topics as well, where like for the companies, it is very important to review the advisories issued by the this certain organizations. Okay, so I will show you, for example, these are the advisories which they will issue. So what companies are doing, they are reading their advisories and accordingly they are taking the corrective actions as well. So now in India, most of the time, what will you see that whenever companies are asking for the IT audit proposal, they are adding one clause in their proposal that bidder has to be certain empaneled. Okay, so like for example, if your company is certain empaneled firm, then only they can do this audit. So for example, on the website itself, you can see that how many certain empaneled audit firms are there in India. Okay, as on date, how many certain empanelment firms are there in India? For example, all the big four, big fives are certain empaneled. Apart from that, also, if you want to see whether your organization is certain empaneled or not, so you can go and you can check that with the help of certain website. Okay, so in the eligibility criteria, they have added a clause, boss. Company has to be certain empaneled, then only they can apply for the RFP. So when you are applying for the RFP, you need to read the eligibility criteria, whether we are eligible to submit the bid or not. If we are eligible, then only they will submit a bid. Okay. So the next step here is what? Company will prepare the proposal, and in the while submitting a proposal, it is very important for them to check whether they are eligible or not. Okay, guys, I will be sharing you one link. Like this is a very detailed RFP document which is issued by LIC for onboarding the information auditor for information and cyber security audit. So if you want to read about RFP, like this is the best RFP I have come across. Okay, so with the help of this link, maybe you can check out this RFP document. It will include everything, like very detailed, all the eligibility criteria, the scope of work, and other details. Like when you will go through this document, it's a 69-page document. So you will understand what all details are included into the RFP. Okay. So this is the first step, guys. First step is RFP. Second step is proposal. And company will receive the various proposal, like all the firms who are eligible, they will submit a proposal. Now company have received, for example, 10 proposal. Then what they will do, they will do the vendor evaluation. Okay, they will select the vendor who is meeting all the criterias, and cost wise also that vendor is good, timelines wise also, reputations wise. So they have their own vendor evaluation checklist. Based on that, they will evaluate and they will finalize the vendor. Once the vendor is finalized, company will issue the purchase order. Purchase order. Who will issue the purchase order? For example, in this RFP, who have issued the RFP, guys? Sorry, in this case, let me just open the RFP. Who have issued this RFP document? Tell me the name of company. SHL company have issued the
SHM
RFP,
company.
correct? So who
Yes.
will issue the purchase order? Who will issue the purchase order? Purchase order
Company
will be issued by,
representative.
yeah, company
Company
representative,
representative.
like SHL company only. Now, once
Yes.
SHL company will issue the purchase order, then the audit firm will issue the engagement letter. So now this engagement letter will come into the picture. Like, somebody have asked me, Sachin, what to do if external auditor, what about external audits, correct? So this is how the external auditors are being appointed, and external auditor will issue the engagement letter to the company. Now let me show you the engagement letter, and this engagement letter is very similar to your audit charter document. Now this engagement letter will govern the function of external auditor. Okay, engagement letter will govern the function of external auditor. For example, SHN company have appointed some consultancy firm to conduct an audit. Then who will issue the engagement letter? Who will issue the engagement letter? It will be issued by audit firm, to whom you have appointed. They will issue the engagement letter, and this engagement letter will act as a governing document for external firm. Is it clear? If your audit is outsourced to external firm, then the detailed scope, objective, authority, responsibility, everything is governed through a document which is known as a engagement letter. So the difference between audit charter and engagement letter is clear to everyone. The difference between audit charter and engagement letter is clear.
Yes.
Is it clear? Yeah.
The audit
Okay.
engagement letter something like an agreement?
Yeah. It is like an agreement only. It will include everything. For example, as you can see here, scope of audit is included, fees is included, term is included, other terms of engagement, roles, responsibility, authority, confidentiality, correct? So it is like a formal governing document between the company and the auditor. Okay? Between the company and the auditor. Clear?
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Perfect, guys. So this is about an audit chartered and engagement letter. Now, since we have done with this particular topic, can we do Q&A on this topic? Can we do Q&A? Okay. So you
Yes.
need to tell me your answer in a chat. Okay. Read the question and tell me your answer in a chat, please. The prime objective of audit charter. And I will also explain you how to answer the ISACA's question and answer, like what to read, how to read. Okay. Perfect, guys. Okay, great. So all of you are saying option D. Okay. Very good, guys. So this was easy one, but yeah, you have answered option D. Perfect. So guys, see, whenever you are reading the questions, okay, what you need to do, first you need to read a question very carefully, the prime objective, and then you need to highlight the keyword. So question is asking the prime objective. In CISA examination, guys, let me tell you one thing. In CISA examination, it is not about which option is right, which option is right or wrong. It is not about this. In CISA, it is about which option is more right. Okay, which option is more right? Why? Because sometimes you will see that there are more than one option which are correct. There are more than one options which are correct, but you have to choose only one option because question is asking the prime objective. So in this option also, you may see that there are more than one objective of the audit charter. Audit charter will also document the ethics and code of conduct for audit department. This is also one of the objective of audit charter. But you have choose option D. Why? Because question have asked the prime objective. Okay. So it is not about right or wrong. It is about which option is more right. So you have to pay attention to the details. You have to pay attention to the keywords. That is very important for the CISA exam. And we'll discuss that very much in a detail as and when we'll discuss the topics. As of now, like I'm just giving you a little bit heads up how to read a question. And then second step, after reading a question, what is the next step? First, you need to eliminate the wrong answer. Okay. Eliminate the wrong answer. For example, document the procedural aspect of audit. We have discussed it should not be included into the audit charter, so I have eliminated. Document the system and staff requirement. This is also procedural aspect. I have eliminated. So whatever options you can eliminate, you need to eliminate the wrong answer. Then whatever options are left, you need to relate those. For example, we have eliminated two options and now we are left with the remaining two options. Okay. Now again, we'll read the question. We'll try to see question have asked us prime objective out of this to what is the prime objective. Okay. So responsibilities and authority. This is the prime objective. So this one is the correct answer. Likewise, you have to answer the questions while attempting for CISA Q&A. Okay, guys, is it clear? Is it clear? Karthik, now clear. Other options are not related to audit charter, correct? Because those includes the procedural aspect. Karthik, clear? Everyone, correct? Can we move to the next question, please? Yeah. Next question on your screen. Tell me the answer. Next question on your screen. Tell me the answer. Okay. 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 Great. Okay. All of you are saying B. Shubham, what is your what is your answer? Final answer. You have mentioned B, C, D, Shubham.
Yeah, so all three are looking correct, and it is not saying ki like I am not aware about the CISA. Might be there are multiple options are correct.
No,
We
no,
have to
no,
choose
no, 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 no,
only
no, no.
one.
In CISA, you have to choose only one. Only one. There is no
Okay.
option to select second answer. Okay? Only one.
Because in multiple exams I have seen you
Yeah, yeah,
have
I
to choose.
agree. Agree, agree. But in
That's
CISA,
why
it is,
I
yeah, in CISA, it is only one option. So just tell me one
then
answer
D,
out of two.
D, D, D.
Okay, okay. Now, let me just discuss the rationale as well. Okay, guys. So let me just discuss with you only. Can you tell me, Durgesh, why D? Why not B or C?
Yeah, so first one, like we discussed, it's not frequently, we are not updating the document
Okay,
frequently. So
okay,
that's eliminated. Yearly audit
okay.
planning incorporate. So the third one, like business, we are in a chartered audit charter document. We are not mentioning about the it not particularly about the business continuity and the
Very good.
yearly audit planning. It's basically the all three of responsibility, scope, and authority. That's the reason. The last one.
Okay, very good, Durgesh. Perfect. So this is how you need to answer. This is how you need reasoning as well. So guys, whenever you would be doing self practice as well, at that time, even if your answer is correct, my advice would be to you is read the justification. Read the justification that why option A is correct and why not B, C, D. Why D is correct, why not A, B, C. So whenever you are doing Q&A as well, at the time also, you need to read the justification. You need to think from the ISACA perspective. In couple of questions, you may see that boss, in a real life, I am doing option A. But as per ISACA, correct answer is C. Because we have to think from the ISACA's perspective. We have to think from the global practice perspective. In real life, in India or in your country, you may be following this. But we have to think from the governing body for which we are appearing for the exam. We have to think from their perspective, their conceptual understanding, and accordingly we need to give the answer. Okay, guys. So this is about audit charter. Now our next topic is the various types of audit. Yeah. Srinivas. So basically what we do is we take a break after the 2 hours of session. Okay. So for example, we started a class at 7 p.m. Okay. So at a 9 p.m. around, we'll take a break for a 20 minute and then we'll continue. Okay. So it will be there.
Hi,
Yeah.
Sachin. I have
Yeah.
one
Hi.
doubt. We discussed
Please.
regarding like auditor procedure, right? How we approach like client.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
In that
Uh-huh.
presentation, you mentioned like 6 audit. What is the 6 audit? Generally, when we're
Six
doing audit
audit.
for particular client, we go
This
for
one.
in-scope templates, in-scope publications, right?
This one. You're
In
talking
the
about
Word
the six
document,
audit.
in the Word document.
Okay. Six
So
audit.
yeah, it's 6 total audits.
Yeah, this I have written as per this calendar. For example, we have taken an example that company have prepared an audit calendar, and in the audit calendar, total 6 audits are included. So we have just taken an example here, correct?
Okay,
That this
okay,
is an
okay,
audit calendar, and in this audit there are 6 audits. So we have discussed about this. Then in
sure.
each of the audit, then we go for the list of applications which are there in the scope. For example, if I am doing a system audit, so I will ask the company boss, tell me the list of applications which needs to be audited as a part of system audit. Correct? This is what you are talking about. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Correct? Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
So this is
got
about
thanks.
this. Now, next topic is type of audit and assessment. So, guys, in this topic, basically what we will be going to do is we're going to discuss about the various types of audit and assessment that we will be conducting. Okay, and this again we are discussing from the ISACA perspective. Why I'm telling you ISACA perspective, I will let you know this. Okay, we are going to discuss about the types of audit and the assessment. So, first type of audit is an IS audit. IS audit means what? Information system audit. So we will be conducting an information system audit to determine the CIA. Now, what is a CIA? What is a CIA, guys? CIA. This is a very commonly used
Confidentiality,
term.
integrity, and availability.
Perfect. So as a part of CIA, what we will check that whatever information system which we are using. When I say an information system means what? What is the meaning of information system? Information system includes what, guys? It will include the PPT. What is a PPT? Yeah, people, process, and technology. Okay. People, process, and technology. So as a part of information system audit, what we will do, we will check whether information systems are adequately safeguarded to protect the CIA. CIA means what? Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Okay, so as a part of IS audit, we'll check companies' information systems are complying with the CIA or not. Second is a compliance audit. Now, what is a compliance audit? Compliance audit is a type of audit where we would be checking the a particular regulatory requirements are being complied with or not. Particular regulatory requirements are complied with or not. For example, guys, in US, there is an act, SOX Act. Have you heard about this act? Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Correct? Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Do you know
Yes.
section 404 of SOX Act? What it talks about?
Yes,
Section 404.
financial audit and technology audit, information
Correct.
technology audit.
ICFR, internal control over financial reporting. As a part of ICFR, you need to audit the IT audit controls as well. Correct. Now, in a real life, we are calling this audit with what name? We are calling this audit with the SOX audit. Correct, guys? We are calling this
Yeah,
audit as an
FX
SOX
audit
audit,
or ITGC audit.
ITGC audit, or maybe as a part of SOX, we are doing ITGC. But from the ISACA perspective, this audit is what? This is the compliance audit, because we are determining and evaluating the specific regulatory requirements. So this is known as what audit? This is a compliance audit. That is why I told you that in this particular topic, we'll discuss the name of audit from the ISACA perspective. Okay, guys, this is a compliance audit.
Okay. Sachin, just a question here. So the
Yeah,
compliance
please.
audit from ISACA and the SOX audit of ITGC IT audit comes under same framework,
Compliance.
correct?
Yeah, compliance audit means what? Any audit which you are doing as per the regulatory requirement, it is a compliance audit. Like in
Okay.
India, you are, for example, doing the cyber security audit as per the SEBI requirement. Okay, cyber security audit as per the SEBI. Now, who is a SEBI? SEBI is a regulator, correct? So this
Regulatory
is
body.
yeah, so this is a regulatory audit. So all the regulatory audit will be known as a compliance audit. That's all. Okay. This is a
Sachin,
compliance audit.
one question.
Please, 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 please
Uh,
tell me one by one.
yeah,
Yeah.
so like you said, only the regulatory audit comes under compliance. If it is a compliance of internal processes or something.
Yes. Then it is known as a different. It is known as a operational audit. We'll discuss that in the
Okay.
future.
Uh,
Internal compliance. Yeah.
audits for audits that are conducted for compliance with respect to standards like 27001, that
Yeah.
also comes under compliance audit.
No. For that also we have a different name. So we have to wait for this topic to get completed so that you will get an understanding. Okay. That is why at the start of the topic itself, I have told you that this topic we will be going to discuss from the ISACA perspective. Okay, guys. So let's wait for this and then you will understand everything. So this second is a compliance audit. Now third is a financial audit. Financial audit is a very simple where you are doing the audit to evaluate and determine the accuracy of financial reporting, like you statutory auditors are doing, guys. Correct. They are checking your they are checking what your trial balance, your profit and loss account, your balance sheet. Correct. There are some chartered accountant in our groups. Correct. They will be able to relate it better. So it is known as a financial audits. When you are verifying the accuracy of financial reporting, it is a financial audit. Then operational audit. Operational audit means what? Where you are checking the accuracy of what? Internal control system. Where you are checking the accuracy of the internal control system, then it is what? It is known as a what, guys? It is known as a operational audit. Okay. When you are
Process
checking
audit.
the yeah,
Internal
internal
audit.
control system, then it is a operational audit. Now, this is very interesting. Okay, guys, this is very interesting and very important from the exam perspective. The next topic or the next audit is what? Integrated audit. Integrated audit. What is the meaning of integration, guys? Tell me. The meaning of integration, tell me. What is integration? In general terminology, integration means what?
Mix of something.
Very good answer. Mix of something is an integration. Okay. Mix of something is an integration.
Mix of
So,
2 or 3 frameworks.
yeah, correct. We can
Framework or
say.
regulatories.
Okay. So now integrated audit means what? When you are combining more than one audit together. When you are combining more than one audit together, it is an integrated. For example, you are doing IS audit and compliance audit together. You are doing compliance or financial audit together, or you are doing financial or operational audit together, or you are doing IS audit, compliance, or financial audit together. So integrated audit means what? Different types of audits are integrated. to combine the financials, operations, and other audit to form a multi-factored audit. So the objective here is to check the assets and the information systems are efficient and are complied. So this audit is known as a integrated audit. Is it clear, guys? Integrated audit is clear. Okay, when we are combining more than one audit together to make a multi-factored audit, this is an integrated audit. Now, next is a specialized audit. Specialized audit includes the third-party service audit, fraud audit, and the forensic audit. Okay, so they have given a list that this audits will be known as a specialized audit. When you are doing TPRA, like in a real life, we are calling that as a TPRA, correct? Third-party risk assessment, VRA, vendor risk assessment, correct? But all those are the specialized audit. Okay, specialized audit. Then you have a computer forensic audit. As a part of computer forensic audit, you would be doing the analysis of the electronical devices. Okay. And this audit generally we are doing at the time of forensic investigation. Computer forensic audit analysis of the electronical device when you are doing it is known as a computer forensic audit. Then you have a functional audit. Now, guys, this is also very important. Please pay attention here. Functional audit. So as a part of functional audit, you will determine the accuracy of software functionality. For example, when you are developing a new application, at the time of new application development, we are doing pre-migration audit, correct? We are doing application review audit, correct? So as a part of that, we are checking whether the application is working properly or not. So at that time, we do a so it is known as a functional audit where we are determining the accuracy of software functionality, whether it is working properly or not. And this is generally conducted prior to the software implementation. Okay, so this is a functional audit. Then there is another terminology known as a readiness audit. Guys, have you heard about this terminology? Readiness audit. Readiness audit. Any one of you? Readiness audit, guys.
It's usually done before the
Making the
actual
audit
audits,
ready.
like a gap
Uh,
assessment.
Okay, very good. Very good. Any example you want to give? Any example?
internal audit is done before the external auditors start their audit.
Okay, but internal audit generally do with the separate objective and readiness audit with sub different audit objective. Guys, for example, you have talked about ISO 27001. Now, who will issue the ISO 27001 certificate? A certification body. Correct, guys? Certification body, for
Correct.
example, we have a BSI and we have some other
BSI.
TUVs and all. Now,
Correct.
before they will come to audit, what your companies are doing, they are doing a readiness audit that, okay, that regulatory auditor will come before that. We want to make sure that we are complying with all the 93 controls which are mentioned into the ISO standard, correct? So we are doing a kind of readiness assessment at that time, correct? Before the actual audit will be initiated so that we can identify the improvement opportunities and accordingly we can remediate that before the formal audit is initiated, correct? So likewise, we are doing the readiness audit and as rightly mentioned by you guys as well, sometime when the regulators are coming, when the external parties are coming, at that time also we initiate the readiness audit. Okay. So these are the various types of audit and assessments which are there and their definitions that what is included into that audit. Okay, is it clear to everyone? Any query, any doubt here?
Question. See, if you're
Yeah,
doing some operations audit, like we check the internal controls, we test
perfect,
the internal
perfect.
control center, as a part of 27,001. So does that come under operations or integrated
It
audit?
no, it will come under operational if you are checking the accuracy of internal control system.
Okay, so
Is
but
it
we are
like
doing
internal
it
audit?
to ensure compliance to 27,001.
Okay, you are
So
doing that to check the compliance for ISO
yes,
27001. Okay, now
yeah,
let me tell you, do you think that ISO 27001 is a regulatory requirement?
no,
No, correct. So it is not a compliance audit then, correct? if ISO 27001 is not a regulatory requirement, so I think you were mixing that from that perspective that ISO is a compliance requirement. Then I am checking the accuracy of internal control system. From that perspective, you were saying that as an integrated audit, correct? But ISO is not a regulatory requirement. It is just a standard that it is up to the
Yeah.
company whether they want to
So
follow or
where
not.
does so where does that come? That comes in the operations audit.
Operational, like
So
we have decided that we follow this framework as a part of internal control system. Okay, we are adopting the standards or framework, so it is our operational audit. Okay.
also, can you give some example for integrated audit?
Yeah, yeah.
On
We
which
for
year?
example, integrated audit. Sometimes what is happening, like in your in many of the organization, you will see that companies are initiating the audit, and when they are initiating the audit, at that time, what they do that as a part. For example, you have initiated the ITGC audit. Now, as a part of ITGC audit, they have also given the heads up to the auditor that boss, you please verify the compliance of SOX as well. Correct? Since you are already doing the ISO audit as a part of this internal ITGC audit, you please verify the compliance of SOX guidelines as well. Now, what you have done, you have integrated the compliance and the operational audit together. Correct? Sometimes what is happening that when the statutory auditors are doing their ICFR testing for the operational process. ICFR is what? Internal control over financial reporting. So suppose if they are checking for the non-IT area, you have included in that scope that okay, you need to review this technical controls as well, correct? So this also you make a consider as an integrated audit, correct? So various audit you are combining, you are doing this along with that financials audit. You have added a few topic related to IS audit. So this is also a integrated audit. Okay. Okay, is it
One
clear?
more
Okay, so
example to
all these
this.
types of audits.
Yeah, Subha. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, Ablu, tell me, please. Yeah, you were saying something.
Yeah, thank you. So
Yeah.
all these audits can be internal as well as external, right? So when you consider the
Yeah.
scope of CISA, it can both be internal and external,
Yes.
right? There
Internal
is
and
no
external, both.
by.
Both. No bifurcation
Okay.
between internal and external. It can be performed by the internal auditor. It can be performed by the external auditor. Okay. So we have discussed the type of audit. Okay. And the assessment. Now this can either be performed by the internal auditor and can be performed by the external auditor also. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Shubham, now you were saying something previously, Shubham.
Yeah, for integrated audit, the example would be ki if one company is buying
Nine
another
first.
company, for example. So
Uh-huh.
for that, they are performing like first they will check the financial audit, then they will
Uh-huh.
check the technical feasibility ki whether this software is integrated. So this can be example
Correct.
also for integrated audit.
Yeah, if you are doing it together, like as a part of due diligence, like in this case, Shubham, what will happen generally? We initiate a due diligence audit, correct? As a part of due
Correct,
diligence
correct.
scope,
TDD.
we ask the auditors to verify financials aspect. We ask them to verify the other aspect, like
Technical
you have
aspect.
mentioned, technical aspect, operational aspect, efficiencies, and everything, correct? So you can call
Correct.
that as an integrated. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Perfect, guys.
Such
Yeah.
I have one doubt.
Please,
IS
please.
audits comes under only ISO audits are no because SOX is an US based regulatory, right? Uh,
Correct.
but IS audits comes under confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So do we do for only for standards? Otherwise, what exactly IS audits?
IS audit is when we are doing the audit of our information system, any information system. For example, you are doing the application security audit, correct? So application is your information system, correct?
Yes.
Or suppose if you are doing the network review, if you are doing the handling review, correct? So that is like an information system, and when you are doing with the objective to ensure that it is it is protected, it is ensuring the CIA, so then it is an IS audit. So when you will see a question on IS, they will give you some hint, okay, that what is that audit. For example, if question is talking about a regulatory requirement, like I try to highlight a keyword here, which you may see in the question. Correct. So this is more a bit, this particular topic is a bit a theoretical topic, because in a real life we may call it with the any name. I'm doing a handling review, still I'm calling it as a infra audit. Correct. But from the theoretical perspective, like they have given this topic, and we also try to think from that perspective. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I'm a little confused because take an example. Big Four, one of the Big Four, they do for field
Yeah.
testing, like on ITG's testing. They have juniors, seniors, and managers will be there for reviewing these controls. Out of
Correct.
these parts, what exactly, like, manager comes under which part, senior consultant which comes under what part, like an associate, like that. I'm a little bit confused because you
No, no.
mentioned operational audits, compliance audits, like
If
that, right?
if it is an ITGC audit, and if it is doing, if they are doing as per their internal compliance, then it is an operational audit. It is not about manager, that manager come under the operational part and other. We are
Okay.
talking about the type of audit. Now, who is performing that audit? It doesn't matter here, Kiran. Correct. Now, whether manager is,
Yeah.
it is not the case that okay, manager will come here and other will come there. It is about the audit. What is this audit? Is it a regulatory requirement? No. Is it an internal requirement? Yes. Then operational. That's all. Correct.
Okay.
We will
Yes.
decide that based on the type of audit. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Clear,
Got it.
everyone? And when you will
Yeah,
see
good.
some Q&A, you will get some more clarity over there. Okay. So this is about
Sure,
the
sure.
type of audit and assessment, guys. Okay. Now, the next topic is CSA. Have you heard about, guys, this CSA? CSA is basically what? Control self-assessment. Control self-assessment. Tell me, what is control self-assessment? So there are two words here. One is self-assessment and one is control. Tell me. Tell me, guys. Any one of you.
Control owner performing the assessment of control.
Very good answer. Correct, guys. We can understand that from the name itself. So, what is a CSA? CSA is basically a program where the evaluation of control is being performed by the process owner itself. Okay, guys. Generally, who is doing the control assessment or control evaluation? Which line of defense is doing that? Control assessment or evaluation? Which line of
First line.
defense? No,
First,
no. In general, guys. In general,
Auditing, the
auditor,
auditing team,
auditor,
internal
internal
audit,
audit department. It comes at a which line of defense? Third
second,
line of
Third,
defense.
oh
third
no,
line of
third,
Third line.
third, third,
Third
yeah,
line of
third line.
defense. Correct. So control evaluation generally performed by the third line of defense. In some company, maybe compliance department is involved, but in general, majority of time, evaluation is being performed by the auditor, internal auditor, and they comes under third line of defense. But now, what companies are doing? Companies are running the program of CSA. As a part of CSA, what they are telling boss, process owner. Process owner comes under which line of defense?
first,
Process owner. First line
First,
of defense.
first
Correct.
line of
So
defense.
what companies are doing, boss, when you are doing some task at the time, you also try to think from the audit perspective that what are the various risks in your area, in your work, in your department, and you also try to do the evaluation of your control. So this is known as a control self-assessment, where the controls assessment is being performed by the process owner itself. That process owner will also try to see various risks, various control in their area itself. So why we are implementing this particular task? So that those functional, those staffs are more responsible for the monitoring as well. Like previously, what they were doing, they were only doing the execution. They were just say that, boss, this is my day-to-day task. This is my the end of the day, beginning of the day job, EOD, BOD job, and I will do this task. Okay, I don't know what is the risk, what is not the risk. My job is to do that task. But now we are saying, boss, when you are executing some task, try to think from the audit perspective, try to see what are the risks associated with your area. So we are making them more responsible for the monitoring. We are enhancing their audit responsibility, and we are also telling them, the boss, if you find any high risk, please let us know. Because since, see, when you are doing some task, then you are the best person to understand that area, correct? I am a process owner, so I will be having some more clarity over the process as compared to any other person. So apart from execution, I have been also given an additional responsibility to do the review. So that is what is the control self-assessment. Okay, guys. Now, so I now you all are auditor and I am SHL company. So what I have told you that, boss, since I have implemented the yeah. So you all are auditor, I am a SHL company, and I told you, boss, I have implemented the CSA program in my company. This is implemented. Now I don't lead the internal audit department. What do you think on this statement? I have implemented a CSA. Now I don't require the internal audit department. What is your view on this? Is it right?
I
Is
think
it
it is
right to
not
say?
right because
Why?
audit should be independent, where the control owner himself is evaluating. I think that statement cannot be correct.
Very good answer, Venkat. Very good answer. Okay. So, guys, here as a part of control self-assessment, the person who is doing the task, okay, the same person is reviewing their own task. So, maybe violation of SOD, you can say, correct. Internal audit department is someone who provides an independent assurance to the control area. So internal audit department will be required. Control self-assessment program implementation doesn't mean that you don't require an internal audit department. Okay. CSA cannot be considered as a replacement of audit function. Both the functions are different. Okay. Both have a different object and one cannot replace the other one. So this is what the CSA is. Okay. Now, based on this discussion, based on this discussion, can you please tell me some advantage of CSA? Based on this discussion, can you tell me few pointers or few advantage of CSA?
Early detection of issues.
Very good answer. Early detection of risk. What else? What else? Apart from this, guys, what else?
Internal auditor can focus on more critical areas.
Very good explanation, Nitin. Okay, internal audit department can focus on more critical areas. Okay, what else? What else? Correct, guys. We can detect the risk at our early stages. It helps the process owner to take the responsibility of control monitoring. It increases the effectiveness of internal control. Very good answer. Okay, improves the motivation level of an employee. It provides an assurance to all the stakeholder about the efficiencies of control environment. If CS is implemented, it gives a more assurance to the stakeholder that control environment is bit strong in a company. Okay, stronger internal control, improve the communication between the senior official and the operational staff, because if the staff will find any opportunities, any improvement, they will communicate to the higher management. So it improves their day-to-day communications as well. So these are the advantage of CSA program. Now, what is the role of auditor? Okay, what is the role of auditor in the implementation of CSA? CSA is performed by the first line, audit is performed by the third line. So what is the relationship of, or what is the role of auditor in CSA? So as an auditor, what you would be doing, guys, you will be guiding the company. You will act as a facilitator here, and you will be guiding the process owner, boss. This is how you need to evaluate the risk. This is how you need to see for the risk. And once you find out the risk, you have to see for the mitigation step. So as an auditor, you will act as a facilitator in the CSA implementation program. You will guide the process owner in terms of assessing the risk, in terms of assessing the control environment, and you will share insights on the risk assessment. Okay, guys. So this is your role in the CSA. Clear? CSA is clear to everyone. Any query, any doubt you can ask. Any query, any doubt you can ask. Is it clear? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmations from you guys? Will I ask for the confirmation? Maybe you can just send me a react or okay in the chat. Okay, perfect. Perfect, guys. Now we'll discuss about risk-based audit planning. Okay, risk-based audit planning. Or do you want to take a break, guys? Do you want a break? Tell me. Or should we continue the discussion?
Yeah, you can
Continue.
continue, Sachin.
Maybe break
Continue.
at 9 o'clock is better, Sachin.
Yeah, perfect. Then we'll take a break at a 9 a.m. Okay, perfect, guys. So risk-based audit planning. So now, before we discuss the risk-based audit planning, can you tell me what is a risk, guys? What is a risk? Tell me. What is the risk? What do you understand from the risk?
Happening on of unexpected event.
Okay, happening out of unexpected. So any unexpected event is a risk. Okay, very good. What else?
Deviation from policies and procedures.
Deviation from the policies and procedure is an exception. It is not a risk.
Which can impact the organization.
Okay, any
That
event
I
which
had.
can impact. Okay, any event which can impact the organization. Okay, what else? Threat. Okay, what else? Yeah, so risk is a any potential event that may impact to the entity is a risk. Probability of happening something multiplied by the resulting cost or benefit. If it does, that is a risk. Guys, we'll discuss about risk assessment very much in a detail in our domain too. Okay. Well, we would be discussing that topic at that time. I will also show you the risk register, how the risk, assessment is being carried out in a real life. What is the step-by-step process of the same? So this we'll discuss very much in a detail in domain two. As of now, we are just discussing on a high level what is the risk. Okay. So when we are calculating a risk at that time, we use a formula probability multiplied by impact. So in Dobel 2, I will show you the risk register, real life risk register, how this formula is used. So we'll discuss that in Dobel 2. Okay. Now in a risk, someone have mentioned about threat and vulnerability. So guys, when we are calculating and when we are assessing a risk, these two terminologies are very important. One is threat, one is vulnerability. What is a threat and what is a vulnerability? Tell me. What is a threat and what is a vulnerability? Tell me. Quickly,
It's a no,
guys.
weakness of the control. Whenever
Is
it comes
what?
weakness of the control.
Weakness is a vulnerability. Okay.
Yes, yes,
Threat.
weakness of the control. It's
Okay,
unexpected
And
okay.
thing.
exploiting that vulnerability is threat.
Very good. Exploitation of that weakness is a threat. Any example you want to give here? Any example you want to give here? For the threat
Vulnerability
and
is
Vulnerability would be
yeah.
weak firewall controls. Threat would be a hack, like some,
Very good
an
answer.
attack.
Very good answer. Correct. So for example, I have my laptop or desktop. In my laptop or desktop, I have not installed the antivirus. This is what? This is a weakness. This is a weakness of my laptop. Now, if hacker will hack my system, my laptop, my desktop, this is what? This is a threat. Somebody have done the exploitation. For example, your door is open. Door is open. This is what? This is a weakness. Now, suppose if any person have theft some item from your home, that is what? That is a threat. Somebody have done the exploitation. So when we are calculating a risk and we are assessing a risk at that time, we always consider the threat and vulnerability. Vulnerability is a weakness. Threat is something that can exploit the weakness. Okay. So now we'll discuss about the risk-based auditing approach, guys. So when organizations would be doing a risk-based auditing, what is the step-by-step approach that they will follow? So this we will be discussing here. Okay. So the first step of the risk-based auditing approach or any audit approach, first what we do, we acquire pre-audit requirements. So guys, you tell me, there are a lot of auditors in my class. can you please tell me, guys, when you are starting an audit, what you are doing? For example, you have to start an ITGC audit for SHN company. What will you do? What will you do for
We'll be
this?
collecting the organization's policies and procedures.
Okay, Venkat, before that, one step before that, what will you do
Scope
before
of
Now we
the
collecting?
have
audit.
kickoff meeting, Sachin, like we
Identify the
discussed.
assets.
Okay, okay,
Defining the
Ident-
define,
scope.
Audit library.
define. Okay, okay, defining the scope, audit library. You were saying something, Kiran?
Generally go for kickoff meeting, like what are the application they're using, like OS level, DB
Okay,
level, like that we go.
okay,
Then come to
okay,
understand that we can send requirement list to the client. Once we receive
okay.
the requirement list, we analyze each and everything. Then we start how to, or where we can find some weakness about those things, and we start
Very
the
good. Okay,
audits, application level.
okay, okay, okay. You were saying something, Ablu. You were also saying something. Anyone else? Perfect, guys. Okay. So basically, what we do whenever we want to start an audit, first we acquire a pre-audit requirement. Like we take a knowledge about that industry, what are the regulatory requirement applicable to that company. For example, if I am doing an audit for a bank, I will say that what are the circular issued by an RBI, what are the mandatory requirement for the bank, okay, what are the standards that are applicable to the company, correct? And I will also try to see that what are the prior audit result. I will do the walkthrough, correct? So likewise, what we'll do, we acquire a pre-audit requirement. Based on that, what we do, we will try to obtain information about their internal control environment, correct? Like you have mentioned that we will prepare our data requirement or our data requirement sheet. We'll do a walkthrough, we'll do the applications walkthrough, process level understanding, collect the evidences, correct? So this is how we'll get the knowledge about the control environment. Then we'll see the control risk. Then we'll see the detection risk. Now, what is control risk? What is detection risk? This we will discuss in the upcoming slide when we will discuss about audit risk, guys. Okay. So at that time, I will explain you what is CR and what is DR. After that, we will do compliance testing. Okay. Like when we were discussing about that, thematical audit, someone from you have mentioned that we will do a substantive testing. Okay. So I will tell you the difference, like what is the difference between compliance and substantive testing. Any one of you guys, what is the difference between compliance and substantive testing? What is compliance testing versus what is substantive testing? Any one of you? Compliance versus substantive, guys. This is a very commonly
Compliance
used terminology. Yeah.
compliance will be the regulatory body.
No, 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 no. That is not.
Compliance testing will test only whether the the required area is either compliant or not compliant, either yes or no.
Okay, very
But in
good.
substantive testing, we'll check everything in details.
Very good. So basically, guys, what is the compliance testing? Compliance testing involves the verifications of the process, whether that process is there or not. It is compliant or not. As a part of substantive testing, we check the effectiveness of the process. We check the effectiveness of the process. Okay, we'll discuss about both this topic very much in a detail in the upcoming slide. We have a separate topic for the same, compliance testing versus substantive testing, where I will be giving you a lot of examples as well. But as of now, you can consider compliance testing involve the verification of process. For example, you want to check whether the change management process where the change requests are approved or not. This is what compliance testing. As a part of substantive testing, what will you check? For example, during the audit period, there are 1,000 change requests raised. Out of 1,000, you will select some samples, and for the sample cases, you will verify whether the approval process is followed or not. So now here, you want to check the effectiveness of the process. So as a part of compliance testing, we verify the test of design. Test of design. As a part of substantive testing, we verify the test of
Effectiveness.
anyone of it? Very good.
Effectiveness.
Test of
Effectiveness.
effectiveness. Okay, guys. So this is a compliance versus substantive testing. There is a slide in our upcoming topic where we'll discuss this in a detail, more detail. So as a part of risk-based audit, first auditor would be doing a compliance test. So based on a compliance test, it will check for the substantive test where he will apply the detailed analytical procedures in a detail. Okay. So that is a substantive testing. So this is a step-by-step process for the risk-based auditing approach. Now we'll discuss about individual audit assignment, like audit, how we will be conducting an audit. So at an overall level, I can divide the audit in a three-step basically. One would be the input, second would be the process, and third would be the output. Okay. So as we discussed, guys, okay, as we discussed, input means what? Whenever we are starting the audit, eh, whenever we are starting the audit, first what we do, we understand the organization, their applicable regulatory requirement. We will align our resources, logistic, everything. Correct. Based on that, we collect the data. Okay, policies, procedures, evidence. We analyze the same. Correct. We'll make sure that we are covering our entire audit scope. We do a detailed risk review. Okay. And based on that, what is the final outcome of audit, guys? Any one of you? What is the final outcome of audit? What is the final outcome of audit? Quickly.
Audit report.
Very
Audit
good. Our audit report is our final outcome. That is an output, and we present this output to whom? To all the
To all
Board of
audit
director.
committee, all the stakeholders, yeah,
correct,
stakeholders.
including the audit committee of the board or whosoever. Okay, audit representative for those areas, head of department, everything. So whosoever are the stakeholder, to them we will present our audit report. Correct. So this is how we will handle our individual audit assignment. We always refer to the prior audit reports as well. We do our risk assessment as well. We refer to the risk assessment report conducted by the organization. We review the regulatory requirement, SOPs, technological requirement, everything, correct? And accordingly, we will do the review and issue our audit report. Okay, guys. So this is what the individual audit assignment is. Okay. Now, guys, let me discuss the next topic, effect of laws and regulations on the audit planning. Okay, guys. Can you tell me, guys, what do you understand?
1 second, Sachin.
Yeah,
You just showed up that PPT, right? PPT slide. Can you just go to that?
this one, this one.
No, 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 no. Just the previous one.
Okay, this one.
Uh, how should I put it? Uh,
Tell,
yeah,
tell me the.
this one.
Okay,
Effectiveness,
yeah,
the laws you have read.
yeah,
Effective of law and regulation on IS audit planning. Okay, got it.
yeah.
What was that? I'm just reading through. Okay, got it. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
okay. Yeah, so we are discussing about this slide only, guys. So guys, can you tell me what do you understand that when I say a regulatory requirement, what is your understanding for this term? What is a regulatory requirement? What is a regulatory requirement?
Comply with the regulatory bodies.
Complying with the regulatory.
Law of the land.
Such as RBI
Mandatory
regulations.
requirement.
Oh, very
Mandatory.
good. This is a perfect. Regulatory requirements, what? This means this is a mandatory requirement. Company have
Mandatory
to
requirement. Yeah.
follow the same. There is no choice. No choice. Okay. Let me give you one example here. So guys, what happened? You have created your backup policy. Okay. In backup policy, you have written that we will keep our data for 3 years. Okay. And your regulator is saying that you need to keep your data for 8 years. Okay. You are doing an audit and you have noted that companies are retailing a data for 3 years. When you have raised a query, they are saying, boss, we are following what is written in our policy. So what is your approach on this thing? Is it right? Is it right?
It will be a non-compliant.
Correct. First, your policy needs to be aligned with what? Policies needs to be aligned with what? It needs to be aligned with the
Regulatory requirements.
correct regulatory requirement, and then we need to make sure that then it is implemented as per the regulatory requirement. Correct. So these are the mandatory requirements. For example, guys, in India, have you heard about that Paytm case study where the RBI have banned the Paytm for opening the new bank's account for onboarding a new customer? Do you know why they have done the same? Do you know why they have done the
Because
same?
of
Why?
KYC,
some financial
KYC
mismanagement.
compliance issue.
Correct, correct. Because of the
KYC.
non-compliance with the KYC norms. Can you tell me like what non-compliance they have done, if you have an idea about it? What non-compliance they have done?
They were
They
opening
are
bank
not.
accounts without getting permission from the customers.
Very good answer, Piyush. Okay, so what happened, guys? When they have launched the Paytm wallet, at that time, they were sending an email to the customer stating that your, normal this Paytm wallet will not work if you don't do the KYC. And when they were doing a KYC for the Paytm wallet, at that time itself, they have added your bank account. So there is a another entity which is known as a Paytm payment bank. This is a separate entity. Okay, Paytm Payments Bank. They have a license for the payments bank. And while opening, while doing the KYC for the wallet, they have opened the customer's bank account without their permission, without a proper KYC for norms. Like now this is there in the public, but yeah, I was also one of the auditor for this particular case. Now all the details are in a public form, hence I am sharing you that with all of you. One more thing, guys, there was a scenario where the single PAN number is used to open 10 bank accounts. 10 bank accounts. And do you know why it happens? Because they were giving the some kind of commissions to the agents for opening a bank account, that if you will open the bank account, we'll pay you 50 rupees commission for per bank account. And then agents have started opening the bank account like anything. They were using the PAN number for one customer. From that name itself, 10 bank accounts were there. So because they want to see, they want to show the progress to the investor. They want to show to the investor, boss, in a 1 month we have opened more than 1 crore bank account. And they want to, like, increase their valuation. See, in all the startup, it is all about the valuations, correct? Like somebody have given you the fund, and then you want to increase your valuations. And to increase the valuation, you are doing unethically whatever is not correct, still you are doing correct. So now you can think and you can imagine, guys, they don't have a that basic data validation control, that only one PAN number will be used to open the bank account. If you are using same PAN number for opening another bank account, it should throw the error that this customer is already onboarded and you cannot open this bank account. And guys, RBI have conducted their audit like previously as well. Previously also they have given them the alert and the kind of advisory that please follow the KYC norm seriously. Apart from that, like there was a scenario where they were using a same data server to keep the data of Indian customer and their parent company. Again, violations with the regulatory requirement, because Indian regulator or any other regulator, there is a clear requirement that you need to store your data in a separate data server, correct? You cannot store that data with the holding company data. Otherwise, your holding company will also be having an access to your data, correct? So likewise, there were a lot of non-compliance, and RBI have already issued them the advisories and the warning, but still they were not following the same. Well, third time RBI came for audit, they have completely banned them for opening the bank account and all those things. Now, why I'm telling you the case study, guys? I'm telling you this case study so that you understand the effect of laws and regulations. See, when you are doing an audit, see, audit is not an easy task, and it is a very serious responsibility, guys. Okay, it is not just a tick, tick, tick or checklist review. No, it is a very serious task. So when you are doing an audit and when you are checking the compliance, specifically, you need to check whether the companies are following with the regulatory requirement or not, whether they are complying with the regulatory requirement or not. If they will not comply with the regulatory requirement, the entire business can go for the toss. Entire business can go for the toss if you are not following the laws and regulation. Irrespective of the size, irrespective of the industries, you have to follow the laws and regulation. You need to comply with the all the regulatory requirements. Okay, irrespective of the size. So when as an auditor you are checking this aspect, first you need to identify what all regulatory requirements are applicable to the company. Document all the applicable laws and regulation. In the company itself, there is a department, guys, who is overlooking the compliance requirement. What it is known? It is known as a compliance department, correct, guys? In every company, there is a separate compliance department who identify all the regulatory requirement, and accordingly, it issues the email, and it shoots an email that this is a new requirement. You have to follow the same, correct? So they oversees the compliance requirement. Similarly, auditor also need to identify and document the applicable laws and regulatory requirement. Then you need to assess whether the companies are following the same or not, whether companies policies, procedures and standards are including those requirements or not, and they are adhering with that requirement or not. Okay, we will prepare our audit procedure to check whether the regulatory requirements are being complied or not. Okay, and whenever you are outsourcing some of your task to a third party, for example, you have outsourced your SOC function to third party. SOC is what, guys? Security Operations Center. Okay, Security Operations Center. This also will discuss in domain 5 in a detail what is SOC. Okay, so for example, suppose if you have outsourced your SOC function to third party. Now in the contract also you need to add a clause, boss. Now suppose you have outsourced this to the TCS. So you need to add a clause here that TCS need to comply with all the regulatory requirements which are applicable to the SOC functions. Correct? So likewise, we need to add this clause into our contractual requirements as well if we are outsourcing it to a third party. Okay, guys. Is this clear? Everyone? Any query, any doubt on the topic which we have discussed till now? Please let me know. Any query, any doubt? Any query, any doubt? Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear? Am I audible, guys? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Clear?
I am
Yeah?
clear.
Perfect, guys.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay, great. So this is about effect of laws, regulations on the IS audit planning. And can we take a break now? Can we take a break?
Yes. I think
Yeah.
20
Yes,
minutes you
Sachin.
told, right? We'll take that
Yeah.
20 minutes
Yes,
break.
Sachin.
Perfect, guys. Let's take a break and then we will continue. Okay. So let me put a reminder here so that you can see.
Sachin, this might be a
Yeah.
stupid question.
Yeah.
Like this 4 hours class includes the 20 minutes break, or are we going to complete the class within the 40
No,
hours?
4 hours includes the 20 minutes break as well.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect. So we are taking a break, guys. Okay. And we'll continue after the break. So you can see that reminder on the screen itself. Okay. It will.
Sure, Sachin. Thank you.
Maybe you want to pause the recording.
Okay, so let me know once you're back, guys. Let me know once you're back.
Yes, Sachin.
Okay, great. What about others, guys? Just give me confirmation so that we can start. Okay, Venk. Okay, Hemant. Okay, perfect. Let's start the session, guys. So, guys, now we will discuss about the new topic, which is audit risk. Okay, which is audit risk. So, do you know, guys, what is an audit risk? Do you know what is an audit risk? Any one of you? From the layman language perspective, what is an audit risk?
Risk of getting incorrect audit opinion.
Risk of getting incorrect audit report. Okay, incorrect audit report. What about others, guys? What is audit risk? What is audit risk? Any one of you?
Accepting the non-compliant items identified in the risk.
Accepting the non-compliant item identified. Not an audit risk. This is not an audit risk. What about others? Okay, let me put you this in the form of example, missing out any important examining. Okay, so guys, for example, SH and company have conducted their ITGC audit. Okay, ITGC audit, and this review is completed. Now the review is completed. After the review gets completed, auditor will issue what? It will issue the report, audit report. And when auditor have issued an audit report, in that report, there were no finding, there were no observation. Okay. Now, based on this audit report, based on that report, can company say that no, as of now, there is no risk in the ITGC area? Can they claim the same that since we have already conducted an audit, in audit also there was no finding. So as of now, there is no risk in ITGC area. Can the company claim the same or not? Is it right to claim the same based on the audit report? No.
No, because
Okay.
we give a reasonable assurance.
Okay, very good. So now you all of you are saying no, and there are a reason for the same. Someone have mentioned that auditor will always give the reasonable assurance, not the absolute assurance. Okay, this is a one part. What else? What else? Audit will always be conducted on a sample basis. We have not evaluated the entire population. We have just evaluated a sample basis. There are chances of human error. Correct, guys? Not necessary that the person who have conducted an audit have evaluated all the risk in all the areas. He is also human. There are chances he may be something. Correct. So these are the various reason. Okay. And this is nothing but this is an audit risk only. This is nothing but this is an audit risk. Audit risk refer to the risk that auditor may not be able to detect or find out the material error during the course of audit. Okay, when you are doing an audit, at that time you will not be able to detect a material error during the course of audit. That is what the audit risk is. And audit risk is influenced by three things. One is inherent risk, second is control risk, and third is a detection risk. Okay. Now we'll discuss what is the difference between IR, CR, and DR. So first is a inherent risk. Inherent risk, which is known as a IR, which is known as a IR. Okay. Second is a detection. Second is a control risk, which is known as a CR. And third is a detection risk. Detection risk. Okay, which is known as a DR. So first, inherent risk. What do you understand from the term inherent? What is inherent risk, guys? Tell me. Inherent risk.
Risk came up from some other issue.
Risk came up from some other issue. Okay, any example?
Inherit. Inherit, right? Like from previous audits, still the risk item is not resolved, and in this cycle also the risk item
No.
is still
That is
open.
not an inherent risk, Srinivas. This is not inherent risk. Yeah.
Risk
When
which
control
after
is needed.
putting some control, it still be there.
Okay, very good answer, Shubham. Okay, very good answer. What about others? What about others? Existing risk. Okay. So guys, as the name suggests, inherent risk. Inherent risk means what? Risk that an activity possesses. The activity which you are doing, that activity possesses that risk. That is a inherent risk. It is known as a risk which is there before the controls are being applied. It is in the nature of that particular uh, process. That is an inherent risk. Correct, guys? Irrespective of the control, whether the control is there or not there, whether the control is implemented, not implemented, there is some risk which always being there, and it will vary based on the processes. So
That
that
will
is an
be called
inherent
as
risk.
that will be called with another name, the residual risk, right?
No, residual risk is another terminology which we will
Okay.
discuss. What is the residual
Okay.
risk? Okay, we'll
Okay.
discuss about this as well. So inherent risk is a gross risk. Okay. Why I'm telling you gross risk? It is a risk which is there before the controls are being applied. When I will explain you this with the help of example, at that time you will get a better clarity. As of now, we are discussing theory, and then I will giving you example for each type of risk. Okay. So first is an inherent risk which is there before controls are applied. Okay, this risk will be presented before the controls are being applied. Before the controls are applied. Second is a control risk. Okay, second is a control risk. What is a control risk, guys? The risk which remains after applying the control. Correct, guys? The risk which remains after applying the control is known as a control risk. Okay. Next is a detection risk. What is a detection risk, guys? If the audit procedures that you have applied, if audit procedures are not able to the error, detect the error, then it is known as a detection risk. Then it is known as a detection risk. This risk
So even
relates to
after
the
applying the controls, also not able to detect the risk. You're saying, correct?
no. Auditor will not apply the control. Auditor will apply the audit procedure. Correct?
Okay, or
Audit
audit
procedure.
procedure. Even
Yeah.
after applying or evaluating with the audit procedure,
You are
the
not able to detect the error. Okay. So that is a detection.
detect the risk. Detect the
Yeah.
risk.
Yeah. So
Okay.
detection risk will depend on the auditor. See, first two risk, inherent and control risk, is controlled by the organization. But detection risk is controlled by the auditor. Okay. Now there is a one more terminology which you might have heard. It is a residual risk. Can you tell me what is a residual risk?
Till
What
now,
is
I am assuming the residual risk is the risk which is after applying the risk, there will be some risk still be open.
very
Okay,
good? And
I
that is
thought
what
that
the
is
residual risk is. Correct?
residual risk. Then again,
Now
after seeing
you
your
are,
chart,
yeah.
I am confused with control and residual.
Yeah, I will clear that. So now, guys, you
Yeah.
are confused between CR and RR. Correct, guys? You might have heard about RR. RR is a risk which remains after applying a control. Correct? And control
Yeah.
risk is also looking to similar the risk which remains after applying the control. So now, what is the difference between RR and CR? Let me explain you the same. Okay, guys. So, guys, what is a CR? CR is a control risk which remains after applying a control. So here your control is ineffective. Here your control is ineffective or control is failed, because of which there is some risk, and this risk is a control risk. What is the control risk? Risk which remains after applying a ineffective control, or risk which remains when your control is failed. That is a control risk. When I say a residual risk, in case of residual risk, what will happen, guys? Your control is working fine, your control is pretty much effective, still there is some risk which remains. So here control is effective. For example,
Okay.
what will happen? You have implemented a biometric system. Now that biometric system is working 24 into 7 and everything is working properly, but still there is some risk which remains. Correct, guys? Because risk
Correct.
cannot be mitigated
Tailgating.
100%. Correct?
Yeah.
Risk
Even
cannot be.
biometric can be do a tailgating.
Correct. So this
Yeah.
cannot be mitigated. So that tailgating is a residual risk. But suppose if biometric is not working for 1 hour, that means this is what? This is a control risk where your control was ineffective, due to which there was some risk, and that is a control risk. Okay, guys, now clear?
Okay.
Control risk
Yes,
versus
clear.
residual risk is clear, everyone? Okay,
Yeah.
so this
Is
is
that business objective searching like uh,
what?
is the control in actually a residual risk? We applied
Uh-huh.
biometric. Okay,
Correct.
even though we cannot find any risk, means is this account business objective? Like
Uh, Kiran, I am not getting your query. So you are saying that residual risk will affect the business objective. This is what you are asking.
see, actually, would like to enter the room. Okay,
Uh-huh,
so that
uh-huh.
kept a control like biometric.
Perfect.
Okay, so
Uh-huh.
he entered using biometric. Then what
Correct.
is the risk here in
Yeah.
respect of
So
that particular thing?
yeah, so what we are discussing, there is one terminology, Kiran, that residual risk means what? Any risk which remains after applying a control. See, for example, you have implemented a biometric. Now, this will not give you 100% guarantee that there will not be any unauthorized access. Correct? This will not give you 100% surety, because Kiran, risk cannot be mitigated 100%. Even if you implement world's best control, world's best technology, still there is some risk which remains. Correct? So that risk is measured in terms of residual risk. Complete. So for example, you have implemented world's best biometric system. There are 100 security guard. Everything is there. But still you cannot say that now my system is 100% secure. You cannot say the same. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
So for that remaining part, we always say that, boss, even after applying the best control, there is some risk which remains, and that risk always refers as a residual risk. Okay, that risk is known as a residual risk. So residual risk is a net risk. Residual risk is a net risk. Guys, see, inherent risk is a gross risk. Gross risk minus control. Gross risk minus effective control. Effective control means what? Residual risk. Okay. So this is about an inherent risk, control risk, detection risk. Okay. And audit risk is being calculated with the help of formula And what is that formula? Inherent risk multiplied by the control risk and multiplied by the detection risk. In examination, nobody will ask you the formula. Nobody will ask you the calculation for audit risk, but just for your understanding purpose, I will be giving you one example where we will be calculating an audit risk. Okay, guys, see an exam, nobody will ask you, but just to make you understand this topic, I will be doing one example. Okay, guys, can you tell me, have you ever calculated audit risk in a real life using some numbers or using some parameters? Have you ever calculated audit risk? Yes or no? Tell me yes or no.
No.
No. Okay. What about others? Have you ever calculated audit risk in a real life? Okay. What about others? Anyone else? So do you want to do the same now, guys? Can we calculate an audit risk? I will giving you one example and you have to calculate the audit risk. Okay. Can we do the example? Perfect, guys.
Yeah.
So one example is there on your screen. I am opening my Excel sheet. Just give me a moment. We will calculate the audit risk. What is the formula for audit risk? IR multiply by CR multiply by DR. Correct, guys? This is the formula: inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. Okay. Just give me a moment. Perfect. So this is the formula. Let's do the case study and accordingly we'll try to calculate the audit risk. Now you will understand that why we are doing this. Okay. So this is the example, guys. You just read this example and then I will be asking you certain queries. Okay. Read this example. Assistant company hired some consulting firm to audit its financial statements. During the planning, auditor found following factors which might influence his risk assessment. Okay, so first terminology. First sentence, there are many branches, franchises, and subsidiaries within a company. SHL company is a stock market listed financial institution. The company doesn't have an internal audit department despite of being corporate governance guideline. Okay, so from these three sentence, you have to calculate the audit risk. Okay. So first, inherent risk. Which sentence will help you to determine the inherent risk in this company? What is an inherent risk? Tell me. What is
Third
the
statement.
inherent risk? Yeah, tell me. Piyush.
Third statement. There is
And
no
third will,
finance. There is no internal
okay.
audit department.
Okay. What is an inherent risk? What is an inherent risk? The risk that activity possesses the risk which is there before the controls are applied. When you are calculating the inherent risk, at that time you are not worried whether the internal department is there, whether the control is there or not. We are least bothered about the control environment because we are calculating inherent risk, the risk which is there in the activity. For example, in this case, I can see that this is a big company. It has many branches, franchisees, and subsidiaries. And they have also mentioned this is a stock market listed institution. What is the difference between listed and non-listed company, guys? What is the difference between listed and
Listed
non-listed?
has to be answered by the regulators.
Perfect. So there are more compliance requirement applicable to the listed company as compared to non-listed.
Correct.
Correct. They have to follow a lot of rules, regulations, and the requirement disclosure, this and that. So when I am doing this particular audit of this particular company, when I am assessing the inherent risk, so can I say, boss, in this company the inherent risk will be higher as compared to other, because this is first, what is my rationale? First, it is a big company, it has a multiple branches, franchises, subsidiaries, so big organization and a stock market listed institutions, correct? So can I say inherent risk is high in this company, guys? Do you agree? Do you agree?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So when I have assessed the inherent risk, whether I have considered anything from the control perspective, no, correct, guys? Because this is what? This is a gross risk before the controls are applied. This is the inherent risk. Clear, everyone? Piyush, clear? Kiran, clear, guys? IR is
Yes.
clear. Yeah. Now, second is a control
Yes.
risk. Now, in this company, guys, what is a control risk? Tell me. High, medium, low. You tell
Control
me.
control risk is it's a I mean listed in the stock financials.
No.
It's
Control risk
what
means
was that?
what? Risk of control failure or ineffective control. The control environment which is implemented in a company, it is not working
Oh, okay. Okay.
properly, or that control department is not there. So in this case, third
Okay.
statement is telling you that, correct, guys?
Correct.
So you
Correct.
tell me CR is high, medium, or low? Is it high? Is it medium, or is it low?
It
High.
is high. High.
High. It is very high, I would say, because they don't have a internal audit
Internal
department
audit.
function. So this is high. So guys, when we are doing a risk assessment, we have a two approach. Correct, guys? What are that approach? One is a
Quantitative and
qualitative
qualitative.
and another is a quantitative. Okay.
Quantitative.
See, when we are using a quantitative method, at that time we'll use a numbers. So now, when I am calculating a inherent risk, I am considering it as a high. So I may say that inherent risk is a 90%. Okay. Srinivas may say 85%. Piyush may say 92% because it is a subjective. See, risk assessment is a very subjective exercise, correct? It is very subjective. And when I am using a numbers, then it becomes more subjective. Okay. When we are doing a qualitative, we were like agree that it is a high, it is a high. But when I will start using a number, here I have mentioned it as a 90%. Someone may say 85%, someone may say 88%. That is fine, correct? Here also we are saying that control risk is high and I am considering this as a 90%. So IR and CR we have calculated already. Now we have to calculate a DR. And what is a DR, guys? What is a detection risk? Tell me. It will depend on what? It will depend on what? It will depend on the audit
Number of
procedures
audit procedures.
that audit procedures that auditors are applying. So again, I am taking one hypothetical example, guys. Okay, just to make you understand what is a DR. So you are reviewing the change management process for this particular company. During this audit period, there were total 100 changes. Okay, out of 100 changes, you have taken a samples of 30 changes. So in this case, what is a detection risk? We are considering it as a 70%. Not necessary that detection risk is always in proportion to the sample size. It is not necessary. But we are just taking a hypothetical example. There are 70% of chances that auditor may not be able to find an error because he has taken 30%, 30 samples. In this case, what is an audit risk? This multiply by this, multiply by this. What is an audit risk? 56% around. 56% or 57%. Okay. Another example, another example we are taking. Okay.
How
Just
you
give me
arrived
five
for the
minutes.
DR as 70%?
Yeah. So as of now, we
Sir.
are just taking a hypothetical example, Srinivas, that we have taken 30 samples, 70 samples were not verified by us. Hence, the detection risk is a 70%. This is a very hypothetical thing. See, detection
Okay.
risk will depend on the audit procedure. And when I say audit procedure, sampling is just one part of audit procedure. Apart from that, also, whatever like walkthroughs you are doing, whatever data you are collecting, how you are evaluating that data, everything is included in the audit procedure. But here I have only considered the sample size. Okay.
Okay.
In the second example,
So
suppose you have taken 60 sample. Now, in this case, what is the detection risk? What is the detection risk? Tell me.
40%.
Okay. What is your overall audit risk? 32%. Okay. Another case, guys, you have selected 90 samples. What is the detection risk?
10%.
Okay. What is overall audit risk? 8%. Now you tell me, suppose you have evaluated all the 100 transactions. Will your detection risk would be 0, yes or no? Will your audit
Technically, yes.
detection?
Technically, yes. Technically,
No.
yes.
No, guys, correct. Why? Because even if you audit all the 100 transactions, still there are chances that there is a risk that you might have missed something. That is the reason I told you. Okay, detection risk is not necessary that it will directly proportionate to the sample size. Detection risk refers to audit procedures. And even if you audit all the 100 transactions, still there are chances of what? There are chances of what? Chances
Residual
of
risk.
Natural risk.
human error.
Residual risk.
Chances of
Human error.
residual
Yeah,
risk
yeah.
or human error, guys, correct? We have discussed that
Correct.
earlier as well. Human error, correct?
Yes.
Not necessary that whatever you have done is correct.
Correct.
So there will be like maybe 0.02% risk or 2% risk, whatever, but there will be a some detection risk. So now what I'm trying to
Okay.
explain you with the help of this, as an auditor, what is your main objective? As an auditor, our main objective is to keep the audit risk low as much as possible.
Possible.
And how we will keep the audit risk low as much as possible? Well, your IR/CR is high. Well, your IR/CR is a high when you have done the initial assessment and you have noted that company's inherent risk and control risk is high, then it is your responsibility to keep the DR low. If you will keep the DR low, your audit risk will automatically become low, and that is what the objective of the auditor. Why auditor is assessing this particular task? Why he is doing this, guys? Why he was assessing IRCR? Because he want to keep the audit risk low. For example, in this company, when I have done my assessment, so I noted, boss, in this company audit inherent risk and control risk is high. Now when I will be applying my audit procedure, I will apply the detailed audit procedure to keep my DR low. And when I will keep my DR low, my audit risk will automatically become so low. That is what the fundamental concept is. Okay, auditor first assesses the IR/CR and based on which he will decide on the DR part. This is the two things which auditor cannot control because this is controlled by the organization. Correct, guys? And DR is controlled by the auditor. Auditor can control the DR because it
Yes,
depends on
Sachin.
his audit procedure.
Even if IR and CR is high and
Correct.
auditor taken a detailed audit where you have the technical name, submissive audit or something like that,
Perfect.
correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Submissive type. That
Yeah, yeah.
doesn't guarantee your DR as a low.
Yeah. So if you are doing it
Is
at
my
a detail
statement
level,
correct or not?
substantive.
I want to
Yeah,
clarify
yeah.
that statement. I want.
Correct, correct. So basically, if you are doing it at a detailed review and you are applying a substantive testing procedures, then obviously your DR will
Hmm.
become low. Correct. And if your DR become low, your audit risk will also become low. So that is what
No,
your
no, no.
objective. Yeah.
Theoretically, what you said is agreeable for this specific case. Okay, when you have a IR and CR as high. Okay, stick to
Correct.
this case only. Okay, you identified IR and CR as high only. Okay, now
Perfect.
you went to
Yeah.
the detailed study. Okay,
Yeah.
detailed study already two of the categories is giving as high. That
Correct.
doesn't carry, and even the DR will also show up a more gaps.
Huh.
More non-compliant items will come up if you get into
Correct.
a deep dive. Then
Correct. Correct.
DR will has a high chances of being high only.
No, no. So
That's my thinking.
no. So DR
Correct me
is
if I'm
not
wrong.
related to gaps, Srinivas. DR doesn't means,
Okay.
for example, if you highlighted more gaps or more observation, it doesn't mean that your DR was high. It means that your DR was low. That is the reason you were able to identify the more observation or more gaps because you have applied a detailed audit procedure. That is the reason you have identified 20 observations. So that means you have kept your DR low. That is why in the audit you have identified the 20 issue. Okay. Now I think you are thinking from that perspective. If we have identified 20 issue, that means we have kept our DR low high, DR high. But this is not right. Why you have identified 20 issue? Because you have kept your DR low. Keeping the DR low means what you have applied the detailed audit procedure. Okay. There are
That
very
doesn't
less chance.
carry that DR will be low, right? That is the point I am not able to understand. Sorry.
Yeah.
Why you are saying that when you go into a detailed review or a detailed
Yeah.
audit,
Yeah.
what guarantee that the DR will be low?
Yeah. Because
Even though the other two parameters are high. That is the
yeah.
fundamental point I'm trying to,
So
I mean, clarify here.
this you can understand from this. That is the reason I have used the number. Here IR was 90%. CR was 90%.
Correct.
But since the DR was 2%, your overall audit risk came to 2%. That is why I'm saying
Okay.
high multiplied by low
Okay.
and overall outcome is low. That is why I used a
Okay.
number.
Here, specific sampling. Here, the specific sampling is uh, what was it?
Since you have
100%.
done the
Even
yeah
though
you
the
since
okay.
you have done a detailed review, so that means you have you know factored these two things as well. Correct. That is the reason in
Okay.
formula we are
Okay.
using multiplication. Correct.
Correct.
Multiplication.
Correct.
High
Correct.
multiply by
Correct.
high
Correct.
multiply by low overall low.
Okay. Okay.
Clear?
In the same context, sorry to
Yeah.
extend that.
No problem. No
Uh,
problem.
uh, in which cases you will see DR also high?
Perfect. Yes. So for example, now in another example, suppose the company is a small company, control environment is pretty strong, and you are doing an audit from various like last 2 3 years, you know everything. In that case, maybe you can keep your DR low, or medium or low. Correct. Since IR and CR both are low, IR and CR both are low, as an auditor you can keep your DR medium or low. Still you will get an overall audit risk outcome as a low. Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Understand? Clear? What about
Correct.
others, guys? Is it clear? Audit risk is clear. What is audit risk? How it is calculated? How it is used? See, in exam,
For
nobody
the very
gonna
first
ask you this.
example, where you have
Yeah.
the 70%, there you have the high
Uh-huh.
risk, right? If you go to the table,
Correct.
70%,
Correct. Correct.
there you
You
have
are
the high.
right.
That point I was trying to, I mean, make you catch. There
Yeah.
you have the high. Yeah, yeah. Got it.
Correct. This is
Thanks.
high. This is high. Then we have started keeping it as a low. Then we kept as a medium. Then low. Then low. Correct.
That depends upon the
So
sampling size
Sam, yeah,
for this
not
case,
not
at least.
not only sample size, it depends on the audit procedure, but for this case, you can use that as
Only
a
for this case.
sample.
Only for
Yeah,
this
yeah,
case,
correct,
it is specific
correct,
to sample size. So first
perfect,
case it
perfect,
is high. Rest all is moderate,
perfect,
low, low, low.
perfect, Shreyas, perfect, perfect. Okay, guys, clear everyone. Audit risk is clear. Okay, this is how, see, the fundamental concept here is this only, just to make you understand this thing, that as an auditor, you will assess the audit risk. While assessing the audit risk, first you assess the IR and CR. If the outcome of the IR CR high, as an auditor, you will keep your DR low, because your overall objective is to keep the AR low as much as possible. Just to explain you this, I have used this particular example. Do you want this Excel sheet as well in your Google Drive? Should I save this Excel sheet for your reference? Tell me.
Yes, 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 please. Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just save this so that you can refer to this example. Audit risk calculation. Okay. So this is about an audit risk. And can you tell me, guys, What is the difference between IR and CR? We have already discussed this. IR is a gross risk. Okay. IR is a gross risk. And what is a CR? We are just revising the same.
Failed
So what is a CR?
failed risk.
If your control is failed
Failed.
or your control is
Ineffective.
Ineffective.
Okay. What is a DR?
Detect.
If
When
our audit procedures are unable to find.
very good answer. Unable to find the error or gaps, then whatever risk which is arising is a DR. And what is AR? Audit risk is what? Audit
It
risk
is
is what?
function of internal risk, control risk, and detection
IR
risk.
into CR into DR.
Detection risk.
Perfect. What is RR?
Controls are effective, but
Very good.
the risk
IR
after controls
into
are in place, effective controls are in place, that risk is called residual risk.
Very good answer. Risk which remains after applying the effective control, it is
effective control. Yeah.
a RR.
Leftover
Okay, guys.
leftover risk is the residual risk.
Very good answer. We can also say that whatever risk which is remaining as a leftover, that is a residual risk. Okay, guys. Perfect. Now, as we discussed, as an auditor, what is our objective? To keep the AR low as much as possible. And how we will do the same as an auditor, like we are doing the risk-based auditing. We are doing appropriate sampling. Like for example, there is a statistical sampling. Now, what is a statistical sampling? We'll discuss that in the upcoming slides. So we do appropriate sampling. We review the internal control system. We will assess the materiality of the process or system in the scope. So there is one more terminology which is called as a materiality. Guys, what is a materiality? What is a materiality?
Evidence.
No,
Evidence.
no. What is materiality? Materiality means what?
Documentation.
No. Importance. Okay. Any example, Karthik?
Statements of the organization,
Sorry.
like misstatements, like evidence, like proof.
No, Kiran. Materiality. This is another
Any item which
terminology.
is considered to be key in
Uh-huh.
the
Decision
in
making.
the mind of stakeholders. Any key
Okay.
items, if it is not addressed, it would be a concern for stakeholders. That kind of item is
Okay.
called material item.
Anything which is not considered high risk is material. No, Karthik, it is immaterial.
Information provided by the client is genuine or not, like that.
Okay. Let me give you one example, guys. You tell me what is material. Okay. I'm giving you one example and you decide what is material. So, guys, you were doing an audit for one of the company and agree. So you were doing an audit for one of the company and this is the scenario in that company. So, for example, there are total count of transaction is how much? 100. There are 100 transactions which you need to audit. Okay. And the total value of those 100 item is what? Value is 10 lakh. Okay. Now, what you have done your analysis and you have created two lot. One is lot number one. In lot number one, count of transaction is how much? Only 20 transaction. Okay, 20 transaction. And the value of those 20 transaction is how much? Value is 7 lakhs. Okay. And you have another lot, which is a lot two. In lot two, there are 80 transaction and the value of those 80 transaction is how much? 3 lakhs. Okay. So this is the scenario. Now, my question is very simple. Out of this two lot, which lot is material?
Lot 1 is material.
Why?
Both
Why
it.
lot
Value
one?
of more. Value is more.
correct? Because this lot is more valuable for you, correct? When you are doing an audit of this particular 100 transaction, maybe you will focus on more on this 20 transaction. Am I right? When you will audit for this 100 transaction, you will more focus on this 20 transaction. So what you have done, you have assessed the materiality, which which transactions are more important for the organizations. Are they material or not? Correct, guys? This is what you have done. Let me give you another example. Okay. So in the another example, what happened? You are doing the change review, change management process review. In the change review, do you know that organization will classify the changes? So there are total 100 changes. Out of 100 changes, uh, 30 are the major changes. Okay. And 70 are the minor changes. Out of this two category, which category is material for you?
30 major change.
Major.
Correct. Again, what you have done, you have assessed the materiality of the process. That was this 30 major change will be having a more impact on the company's business. So likewise, when you are doing an audit, you always needed to assess the materiality. You need to do the proper sampling. You need to review the control system. You need to apply the risk-based auditing planning. This is how you can minimize the overall audit risk. Okay, clear everyone. This is clear. And as we discussed, audit risk will always depend on your experience and expertise as an auditor, like what kind of sampling, how you are doing, how you are applying the audit procedures based on your experience. Based on that only, you can minimize the audit risk. Clear, everyone?
Yes,
Audit risk
Sachin.
is clear. Any query,
Yes.
any doubt you can ask.
Materiality in a single statement, if you want to define materiality, how would you explain that? I mean, how would you?
Materiality will anything that can affect the decision of the stakeholder is a material. Correct? Anything which can affect the decision maker, decision of the stakeholder is material. Anything which is important is material. Okay, Venkat,
Uh, yes,
is it
Sachin.
clear?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, clear.
perfect, guys. Now, the next topic is a risk assessment.
Sachin, in the
See,
last example, just
yeah,
to accommodate that clarity, you taken the
yeah,
high value transaction, right? With a low number, high value transaction,
perfect.
correct?
Very good. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because in this case, value matters. And in the other case, what we have done, we have considered this major change as a material because it has a high impact. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. Clear?
Sachin,
Now,
I have
guys,
one
Sachin,
more doubt.
and what?
please feel free to ask. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, related to residual risk. Also, like
Uh-huh.
while discussing the residual risk, I mean, some of the
Uh-huh.
people stated that the control is effective, but still there is a risk. Can we
Very
think
good.
in the
Yeah.
residual risk that control is effective?
Yes, yes. Residual risk means what? That from the control perspective, see, if the control is ineffective now, Venkat, then we
Mhm.
cannot call that as a residual risk. That means it is a control risk. Are you getting my point? When
Understood.
you have even, yeah, and if you are saying that your control is effective, that means everything is working fine, then also there is risk, which is a residual risk. So residual risk means means what? That control is working effective, then also there is risk which remains, and that is why it is a residual risk. Okay.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Sachin, in
And
our
someone
prior,
else. Yeah.
yeah, Sachin,
Yeah,
this is
Venkat.
Venkat this side. And in
Yeah, yeah,
previous
please.
example, what is change review, by the way? You were
Yeah.
constantly telling this change review in the prior two, three
Yeah.
examples. So,
Yes, yes. So basically, what happens, Venkat, change management is one of the process in the IT general control or ITSM. Okay, we'll discuss this in the domain 3 or 4. Basically, change means what? Anything which you are doing, any enhancement, modifications in the current existing application, we are calling it as a change. For example, you have implemented a new applications. Now, after implementing a new application, if you want to add one feature, okay, add a feature. This what in a technical terminology, we call this particular thing as a change. So in our domain 4, basically we'll discuss about one topic which is known as a change management. Okay. At that time,
Okay.
you will get a clarity what is a change. See, basically here what happened, Venkat, since we are doing this, discussion from the technology perspective, sometime you will see that there are some technical terms which are used in a domain 2 or domain 1, and you might not be having a clarity over the same because that term might have explained in the 4 or 5. Correct? So sometimes you may see those kind of challenges, but yeah, you can always ask, and I will try to provide you clarity. Even when you do the QLA, like for example, what you need to do once we are done with the domain 1, okay, you need to solve some QLA. I will be providing you like some Google Forms. Okay, I will be providing you some PDFs and other things for the practice. Correct. So when you will be doing a practice of those Q&A, in the question and answer also, sometimes you will see some technical terms which you might not be aware. Correct, because those terms might be explained in some other domain. Correct. So at that time, maybe you can ask me, or you can do some search research to answer those question and answers. Okay.
Got it, Sachin. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect. So guys, the next topic is a risk assessment. So as I told you that we will be going to discuss about the risk assessment in a domain 2 very much in a detail. Domain 2 because this is a
I
topic,
had a question. So
please.
about materiality, can we say like something, some process or operations which is of greater risk will be more material uh,
Yes,
with respect to the
if
organization? If the
yes,
risk
yes,
is
if
higher, it will be more material. Can we also
yes,
say like
materiality is yeah, proportionally related to the risk as well. If risk is higher, obviously it is a material for me. Correct. So
okay,
materiality is simply anything which can affect the decision making things for the stakeholder, it is a material. Now, from the risk perspective, from the value perspective, from the impact perspective, whatever it is.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah. Now, guys, risk assessment. Okay. So, as an auditor, like as I told you, that risk assessment basically will discuss in a detail in a domain too. But here, as an auditor, suppose when you are doing an audit, okay, you also need to check that how organizations are doing a risk assessment. Correct. For the risk assessment, like there is a step-by-step process. First, we'll identify the assets or process. Then we'll identify threat and vulnerability. Then we do a impact analysis. Then we calculate a risk. Then we mitigate the risk. Correct. So this is a step-by-step process. So as an auditor, you also need to review that how organizations are doing a risk assessment, whether organizations are doing the risk assessment or not. If they are doing, whether they are following a proper step-by-step approach or not. Because risk assessment is conducted by the management. As an auditor, what you will do, you will just review that, whether the risk assessment is being performed or not. Can you please tell me, guys, which department perform this risk assessment? Which department will perform the risk assessment?
Internal audit.
No, no, no. Risk assessment not from the audit
Compliance.
perspective.
GRC compliance
Yeah,
department.
GRC team or risk. There is a risk team, guys. There is one designation which is known as a CRO. What is that?
CRO.
What is
Chief
this?
Risk Officer.
Correct, guys. So there is a risk team in the company or risk management team in the company. In some company, you will see the risk management committee as well, RMC, risk management committee. So this is the responsibility of the risk team to perform the risk assessment. They generally conduct a risk assessment. As an auditor, you need to verify whether it is performed or not. It is performed as per the proper step-by-step procedure. And we also need to see so basically what they do, guys, they prepare a risk register. Again, I will show you this risk register in domain 2. So as an auditor, you need to review the risk register. You need to see how many risk has been identified. Is there any risk which has been not documented into the risk register, which you have identified, right? So auditor also need to review this risk assessment report, risk register report, and accordingly he need to assess whether the risk management process is being followed or not. Okay. Is it clear? Is it clear, guys? This is clear. Any query, any doubt you can ask. This is clear. Huh? Perfect, guys. Now, next topic is IS audit risk assessment technique. So, as an auditor, like, well, we are doing an audit. From the audit perspective, also, we are doing our risk assessment. This we are doing from the audit perspective. We also try to identify the risk. What are the risks which are there in the processes? We always focus on the high risk areas, correct? uh, when we are doing a risk assessment at that time also, we can use a two methods. See, one is what? Again, quantitative and qualitative, correct? Qualitative, qualitative and quantitative. When you are doing a qualitative assessment, at that time you use a subjective parameter, high, medium, low. And when you are doing a qualitative, at that time you use a numbers. So as an auditor, you also need to perform the risk assessment. Okay. You can prepare your risk assessment methodologies. Okay. In the risk assessment methodology, like you will be identifying that what method you are following. Are you doing a scoring system? Like, are you following the quantitative method, or are you going with the qualitative method where where you will be using a high, medium, low parameters? Okay. So you will also do your risk assessment. Based on the risk assessment, you will focus on the high risk area. You will determine the high risk areas, and accordingly, you will do the review of the same. Okay, guys, clear? Is clear? Can we do Q&A? Can we do Q&A?
Sachin, could you please elaborate on risk register and risk library? What is the difference
Yeah,
between this?
yeah. So basically, Venkat, this we'll discuss in the domain 2, as I told you. I will be showing you a real life example for the risk register. Okay.
Okay, okay.
We'll discuss this topic in a domain 2.
Sure, Sachin. Thank you.
Perfect. Guys, tell me the answer in the chat, please. Read the question carefully and give me your answer. Okay. So some of you are saying option A, some of you are saying option B. Hmm. This question is visible to everyone, guys. My slide is visible. A, B, C. No, Kiran, you have to answer only one option, not multiple option. Okay.
Yeah,
First
as
step.
a priority, we can go for and actually it's interlinking with Sachin actually. As per my experience, it's both three are
Correct.
interlinking. But more, as per our discussion, major preference will go for B.
Identify high processes in the company when we are doing a risk-based audit planning. Okay. Okay.
But
So
Sachin,
majority,
usually, yeah, Sachin.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, tell me,
Sachin,
sorry, Venkat, yeah.
uh, usually it is understanding the business environment, right? First part is.
Identifying the requirement of relevant stakeholder. You are saying that this option is correct. Okay.
Okay.
Correct, Venkat? You are saying
Uh,
that A is
no, Sachin.
correct?
Actually, it is. We don't have this particular option in this four. I'm saying it is usually understanding the business environment, right?
Okay, understanding the business environment first whenever we are doing the risk-based audit planning. Okay.
Okay.
And that you are saying that that option is not here.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Correct, correct. So see, we see in CISA, whatever four options we have to choose one out of that four only. So now let me just see why some of you have answered A and why not B. So let's discuss it bit. So Sukanya, tell me why A, why not B? What was your rationale behind option A? Because as I told you, justifications also matters a lot. So let's discuss the justification quickly. Sukanya, why A, why not B? You are not audible. Kshitiz, tell me why A, why not B? Kshitiz, tell
The
me
reason
why
I
A, why
said
not?
A was because I was thinking from an audit perspective. I did not focus on the risk-based perspective.
Okay, okay, understood. Uh, okay. Piyush, can you tell me quickly why B, why not A?
Uh, Identifying the requirement of relevant stakeholder is part of audit calendar or audit planning and
Uh-huh.
not risk-based audit. So that is why the
Correct, guys. So this is a very, yeah, you were saying, someone is saying something, I guess. Any one of you is saying something? Okay, perfect, guys. So see why option A is wrong. Identify the requirement of relevant stakeholder. This you do when you are preparing maybe the audit planning document or audit calendar. At that time, you will understand what is their requirement, and accordingly you decide that what audit needs to be performed. Here, the question is specifically asking you the first step in the risk-based audit planning. Risk-based audit planning means what? You want to assess the risk. You want to identify the risk. And when we are trying to identify a risk, we always look for the risk. Okay. High risk area, like areas where there is a high risk involved, correct? We always look for those areas whether the risk is being there, and if the risk is being there, how we can mitigate that risk to the acceptable level, correct? So here the question was talking about the risk-based audit planning or risk-based auditing approach. Hence, our answer is what? B. C and D, I think we can easily eliminate. This will not be the first step. Correct, guys? So C, D, I think everyone have eliminated. Okay.
So,
Is it?
Sachin, this comes after the audit planning phase. So, in the audit planning phase, the requirements and everything. So, this is not like a different approach to audit planning. So, I
Which
thought
one?
risk-based audit planning, is it kind of like a different approach, or
It is
in the
altogether different.
workflow in the workflow it comes after the formal, the audit planning phase. So, this is like the next phase of it.
Yeah, yeah.
That
Risk-based audit planning is the next phase only because see,
Mhm.
this is a specific to risk-based. That is the reason there was a separate topic of risk-based audit approach, correct? This is a
Okay.
different from your normal audit, correct? When I say I am doing a risk-based audit or risk-based audit planning, so it is a different terminology from the normal audit process.
So, in that context, the formal initial audit planning, everything has happened already. So, is that what
Correct?
we are? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. That is what the rationale is. That is what the
Okay.
rationale is. Yeah. Very good answer. Next question on your screen, guys. Yeah, I think this one is easy. Major advantage. Major advantage.
Sachin, can I ask a question here?
Please,
Meanwhile,
please, Venkat. Yeah.
Sachin, is the risk-based audit approach and risk-based audit planning, I mean, something different? Like, are we using risk-based in the planning stage itself, or uh, I couldn't get that risk-based planning actually?
Risk-based audit planning means what? Like when you are planning for a particular audit, at that time you will focus from the risk perspective. Okay. Approach is what? See, one is an approach. Approach is something when you are executing at the time you will follow. Right? Like audit approach means what? The approach when we are following at the time of execution, that is an approach. Correct? And planning means what? So when you are finalizing the what work needs to be performed for that area, that is what the planning stage is. Okay.
So
Venkat,
that
who
was for
had
a
yeah.
normal audit planning and the risk-based audit planning. It would be, are there any
Different.
differences?
Difference, la. See, normal audit planning versus on risk-based audit planning, both are different. Okay. Risk-based audit plan. That is the reason there is a separate terminology which is known as a risk-based audit planning. Even after we have discussed about normal audit planning. Do you remember? 4 steps we have discussed how we are doing the audit planning. Correct. Then we have discussed another topic, risk-based audit approach. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. So that is a different from the your normal audit planning approach. Correct. Risk-based
Okay.
audit planning approach is a different terminology which we have discussed separately. Correct.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I mean, I wanted to understand the planning, various stages within the planning. What are the key differences? I think we might have discussed. Maybe I'm, I'm able to recall it. Uh,
Yeah,
okay.
no problem. See, Venkat, you can go back and you can just check those slides and the recording, and still you have a doubt, you can connect with me.
Sure, sure,
No worries on that part. Okay.
sure, sure. Thank you.
So for this case, all of you have answered B, D, except for Shubham. Shubham, why B, why not D? Shubham.
Because it is only saying for high risk process. Some are the medium risk process may also be included. So we are focusing on all kind of a risk. Like the risk
Yeah,
based audit is based on any kind of a
risk.
risk which we can identify, not
You are
only
right.
for only high risk.
Okay,
That's
you are
why.
right. Agree with you on this part. But what option B is saying? Completion of audit exercise within the allotted time and budget. This is the major advantage of doing the risk-based audit approach. So, for example, now let's understand your organization have initiated a risk-based audit approach. Okay.
Okay.
So, in this case, someone is asking you, okay, what you have achieved from the risk-based audit approach. So you are telling them that was what I have achieved, my major achievement that I have completed my audit within a time period. See, you are initiating the
Got it.
risk-based audit approach. Why? Why? Because you want that first we should focus on a high risk area. As a part of main objective of doing the risk-based audit is what? That out of 100 area, first we focus on the high area. Suppose if 15 high risk items are there, first I want to target those 15. I agree with you that as a part of risk, we'll also look at the medium and low risk as well. But our prime objective of doing this is what? Focusing on the high risk item first. Correct. In normal process, maybe we'll not go with the risk, maybe we'll go with the control, maybe we'll go with the processor directly without going into the risk. Correct. When you are doing
Got it.
like normal approach. So that is why D is major advantage. Okay.
Yeah,
Shubham.
got it,
Clear?
Sachin. Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. So this is about this, guys. Now next topic is a type of control. Okay. Type of control. So guys, let me just share my complete screen, because for Q&A I have just shared the PPT. Yeah. So type of control. So guys, you might have heard about this normal, preventive control, detective control, and corrective control. Correct? What is the meaning of control, guys? Control means what? Control means what? Tell me. Control means what?
Something which alters the risk level.
Control.
Or
Yeah. Control means what? Simple, guys. Why we
Measuring
are
it's a
the
implementing the
process
control? Yeah.
to bring the risk to an acceptable level.
Yes. Yes. Right. Okay. What about others? What about others?
Measuring the current level of the risk.
Measuring the current level of risk. Okay, preventive measures. Yeah, Karthik, control can be preventive, detective, and corrective. Okay. So control are implemented with the help of policies, procedures, practices to address the risk. Okay, the main objective of the control is what we want to address or we want to mitigate the risk. For that purpose only we implement the control. And this control will provide you an assurance that your objectives are meeting. With the help of control, you can prevent the risk, you can detect the risk, or you can mitigate the risk. Now, there are various types of control. First is a preventive control. So now, guys, just pay attention here. Preventive control means what? Preventive control will prevent the occurrence of threat event. Occurrence of threat event. It will prevent. Okay. Second is the detective control. Detective control means what? Here, threat event has been already occurred. Threat event has been already occurred. Now you will detect that threat event. That is a detective control. And third is a corrective control. Corrective control. Now, in case of corrective control also, what will happen? Threat event here also has been already occurred. Now, as a part of corrective control, you will correct the same. Okay, that is a corrective control. Okay, and there is one more terminology which is a deterrent control. Can any one of you please tell me what is a deterrent control? What is a deterrent control? Any one of you? Okay, let me tell you. Deterrent control will act as a deterrence to the preventive control. Now, what is that? You are right, Ankur. It is like a warning and all. Okay, I will be giving you example for this as well. So let's discuss one by one preventive control. Preventive controls are the type of control which will prevent the occurrence of threat event. Thus avoid any potential impact of the threat event. Example of the preventive control: segregation of duties, SOPs, use of qualified personals, firewalls, everything is a preventive control. Correct, guys? Can you tell me, guys, why use of qualified personnel is a preventive control? Use of qualified personnel is a preventive control. Tell me why.
With his knowledge, he will prevent the risk.
Perfect. Correct, guys. For example, in the compliance department, if you hire someone who have a knowledge of compliance, obviously he can identify the compliance and make sure that the companies are following the same. Versus you hire someone who don't have a knowledge of compliance, maybe it will result into the fines and penalties. So this is a preventive control only. Now, second is a detective control. So here what happened? Threat event has been already occurred. And now your objective is to reduce the impact of such event. This is a detective control. For example, the audit which you are performing is what? Is it preventive? Is it corrective or is it detective? The audit which you are performing. Primarily, it is what?
Detective.
Detective only. Correct, guys? Audit is a detective control in general, correct? But sometime when you are doing a concurrent audit, or suppose there are few cases where auditors approval is required prior to processing of the transaction, at that time it may act as a preventive, but in general audit is a detective control only. Correct, guys? Now, next is a corrective control. Corrective controls are a type of control where the threat event also has been occurred. Now you will try to restore the business to the normal operation. So now you are trying to correct the same. That is a corrective control. Can you tell me some example for corrective control?
User access review control.
No, user access review control is like a detective. Okay.
Correct.
Because with the help
Back-to-back
of that,
disaster recovery.
yeah, BCPDR process, correct, guys?
Patch
Incident
management.
process,
Remediation plan.
remediations, and all those things you are doing, correct? So those are the corrective controls where you are trying to restore the business to the normal operations are the corrective controls. Okay. Now, next is a deterrent control, which many of you haven't heard about it. So I will explain you this with the help of example. Okay. Deterrent control. So guys, for example, this is your server room. What is this? This is a server room. In the server room, there is a lock and key. So this is what type of control? Preventive control, correct? Now nobody can enter to the server room unless that person have a key. Correct, guys? This is a preventive control. Am I right? This is a preventive control. Correct. Now suppose the lock and key is not there. Okay. Lock and key is not there. Your company have just put a warning on the door that this is a no entry area. You cannot enter to this area unless you are authorized. Lock and key is not there. This is a deterrent control. What is a deterrent control? In case of deterrent control, you will be providing a warning to the intruder. Now intruder has a choice whether to act as per the warning or whether to ignore the warning. We are just giving him a warning. Now he has a choice whether to act as per the warning or whether to ignore a warning. Have you seen this poster, guys? You are under surveillance. Have you seen this signboard?
Yes.
Yes.
What is this? This is a deterrent control only. Where you are given a warning, boss, in my area there are CCTV camera installed and you are under surveillance. Now you have a choice. You have a choice whether to ignore the warning or whether to act as per the warning. Correct, guys? Now you tell me, guys, CCTV. Is CCTV is preventive control, detective control, or corrective control? What in which category it will fall? CCTV.
Preventive.
First is detective.
Preventive.
Who is saying preventive? Who is saying
Me.
Detective.
preventive?
First thing is
Preventive
detective.
only.
Detective.
It can
Detective.
Okay,
work
Shub.
as preventive and
Both.
detective, I think.
Okay, Venkat, how come CCTV will come under the preventive control? For example,
That
in your room, I have installed the CCTV. Do you think that nobody will be able to theft anything if the CCTV is there?
no, but it creates some, deterrence to the thief
Yeah,
or someone who is staying.
yeah, I agree. It is creating a deterrence. So deterrent control is a separate category. Preventive
Mhm.
is what? It will prevent the occurrence of threat. So your CCTV will not prevent the occurrence of threat, correct?
Yeah, understood.
So
It can act
So
as
CCTV,
the
a
door will
deterrent and
prevent
corrective
the.
mind.
yeah, door is preventive, agree. Okay. So the CCTV is detective. Primarily, it is detective. But in some company, guys, you will see that they are using CCTV camera as a deterrent control as well. When your CCTV camera is visible, do you know, guys, some company what they are doing? They are buying dummy CCTV cameras. Dummy CCTV cameras are also available for 300,
Yes,
400 price, and
we
they are
used to do it in my last organization.
correct. So they are buying these cameras and then they are deliberately installing in the manner that user can view this camera. So in that case, CCTV, this dummy CCTV is not a detective control. What is this? Dummy CCTV is what?
Deterrent. It's a
It is a
warning.
Deterrent.
it is a deterrent control. Okay, guys. So this is how you need to classify the control based on the objective. Okay, that why you have implemented a control. Based on the objective, you need to classify the control. Clear? Everyone? Is it
So
clear?
Some
Yeah.
controls might act as both,
Yeah,
any
some
of the four
controls
types
might
of
act.
controls.
Yeah, yeah. There are many control who are acting like a detective and the corrective and the preventive as well. Like for example, antivirus and EDR solution, sometime it may act as a preventive, correct? If you have an advanced EDR solution, it can also act as a detective where it can detect the, if somebody is trying to hack the systems, correct? So it can act as a multiple things as well. Okay, clear everyone? This is clear. This is clear, guys. Can I get a confirmations, quick confirmations from you? Clear? Okay. Now, next is what, guys? Next is a compensating control. Have you heard about this term, guys? Compensating.
Yes.
Have you heard about compensating
Yes,
control? Any one of you? What is
yes.
compensating control? What is compensating control?
Compensating control is something which no, a normal control which is defined by the organization. If the organization is not able to implement that control of any standard or anything, the organization may choose some other control which can reach the objective of the primary control.
Very good answer, Venkat. When any example you want to put here?
Like for example, if there is a, server, legacy
Uh-huh.
server,
Uh-huh.
uh, where there might not be able to implement a password policy of 12 characters,
Okay.
something like that.
Uh-huh.
In order to reduce the attack surface, maybe they deploy a firewall of wire and so only allowed traffic is allowed. Maybe some type of thing. I'm not sure on that part. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What
Yeah,
about others?
sometimes, you know,
Yeah. Kiran, tell
yeah,
me.
sometimes a users are not able to remove the access as per specified time, as per
Okay.
policies.
Uh-huh.
Like that, sometimes they're not able to, yep, basically these things. They will say that we have VPN access, we remove VPN access, like that they will say, according to that one.
Okay, okay. What about others? You are right. See, explanation wise, what is
Just
the yeah?
extending to what Kiran has just told, not removing
Uh-huh.
the access, but account will be disabled
Uh-huh.
or password
Okay,
will be changed.
okay, 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 okay. Perfect, perfect. So see, explanation wise, you are absolutely right. What is a compensating control? It is simple. Suppose if your primary control is failed, or suppose it is not feasible to implement a primary control. This is not implemented. Now there is some risk which has been arised due to the failure of primary control. So now organization will try to mitigate that risk with the help of compensating control. And that is what the compensating control is. Now let me take few examples here. For example, guys, there is one principle. Have you heard about SOD rule? What is
Yes,
SOD rule?
segregation of duties. Segregation of
Where
duties.
there has to be one person as a maker, one person as a checker. This is
Correct.
a
Do
no, no,
do a
no,
checker kind of
yeah,
thing.
correct, correct. So this is my primary control. SOD needs to be there. But guys, do you know I am a very small company. I just started my company, guys. I am just a startup company. I cannot, incur expenses for hiring 2, 3 people just to do one task. My IT team is very small. We are just a team of 2 people. Now, in case of 2 people, how can I ensure the SOD? Correct. So my primary control is failed now. Correct, guys. This is failed. This is not implemented in my company. Now, how do I compensate this risk? Tell me. How do I compensate this risk?
With more
What
security
compensating control?
measures, with
Yeah.
more security measures, you
Okay.
cannot add up the manpower, but
Uh-huh.
can add up more security measures.
Yeah. So here Ankur is, for example, saying that Sachin, you can do the log review, correct? With the
Yeah,
help of log review, I can check the person who have done the task, whether he has done authorized task or not, correct? Whether he was authorized to do the same or not. With the help of this log review mechanism, I can, achieve that objective that there was no unauthorized transactions. Correct, guys? So this is a compensating control only. Clear? Everyone? This is clear.
Yes, yes.
Compensating control. Okay. So compensating controls are the alternate measures that are employed to ensure that weakness in systems are not exploited. Okay. And this is a compensating control. Now, next is a control objective. Can you please tell me, guys, why we are implementing a control? What is an objective of implementing a control? Tell me. Why we
To
are implementing?
to protect the systems, maybe to protect the assets.
Uh-huh. Very good. To protect the system, to protect the assets, to complying with the regulatory requirement. Correct,
Yes.
guys?
To
Yes.
To
mitigate the risk.
to mitigate the risk. Very good. Okay, so control objective refers to the reason why the controls are implemented and why we are implementing a control to adhere with the requirement to protect our asset, to ensure the effectiveness and efficiencies of the operational process. That is the reason we are implementing a control. And as an auditor, guys, when you are preparing your RCM, at that time also you need to document the control objective. Guys, lot of auditors again are there in my class. When you are doing an audit, you prepare one document, like we'll discuss about this in the upcoming slides as well. Do you prepare audit program document or a RCM document? Tell me, do you prepare this? Yes or no?
No, no.
Yes.
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 Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
In many cases, yes. So when you are preparing an audit program or RCM document at that time, do you include control objective in your audit program document? Yes or no? Do you
Yes.
include that? Okay. Those who have not seen this, let me just show you so that you get a better clarity what I am talking about. For example, this is my audit program document. Okay. So as you can see here, against each the control, I have documented the control objective. Correct? We have discussed this. Control objective is a reason why controls are implemented. So for example, if I am evaluating this particular control, I have in documented the control objective. Why organization has documented the IT org structure? Because that IT organization structure will provide the clear assignment of roles and responsibility. And this will ensure that the segregation of duties are there within the company. So this is the control objective for the IT organization structure control. So likewise, we need to document the control objective. Okay. So this is a control objective, guys. Then the next is a control measure. Now control measure is nothing but control measure is a control itself. Correct. The activity which you are doing. So the control itself is a control measure. Control measures are implemented to achieve the control objective. Control measures are activity that are taken to prevent, eliminate, or minimize the risk of threat occurrence. So, for example, here, this is the control objective and this is the control measures which company have taken. For example, we were discussing about the IT org structure. So here, what control measures company have implemented? IT support function to be performed effectively, efficiently. We have a defined strong IT department structure with the clear roles and responsibility. Correct? And voice is breaking. Okay, what about others, guys? Am I audible?
Yes, Sachin.
Yes, you are clear, Sachin.
Yes, you are
Yes,
audible,
okay.
Sachin.
I think there is some network issue, Hemant, at your end. I think I am audible. Okay, perfect. So this is a control objective and control measures, guys. Now we will discuss about general control methods, like we'll discuss about the categories of control. Controls can be divided in a three categories. First is a managerial control. Okay, managerial control means what? As the name suggests. So here we will include the controls which are related to oversight, reporting, procedures, and operations of the process. Okay, for example, you are providing trainings and development. Okay, accounting controls, compliance reporting, all this will come under the managerial control. For example, your policies, procedures. Correct. So controls which you have implemented to oversight reporting and procedurals and operations of the process, those controls are classified as a managerial control. Then you have some technical control. Technical control means what? When you are using a technology or when you are using an equipment or device to implement a control, those controls are classified as a technical control. For example, whatever your firewall network device, router, switches, okay, all these are the technical controls. Okay. Third category is a physical control. Physical control, as the name suggests, control which are implemented to physically restrict the access to a particular facility or particular hardware. All those controls are are come under the category of the physical control. Okay. So this is just a bifurcations of the control based on the description of the control, managerial, technical, and the physical. Okay. Now, control and risk both
Sachin,
are,
uh,
yeah, yes,
Sachin,
yes,
is it according to ISACA, there are three categories of controls, right?
correct,
Or is
correct,
it
correct.
in a general terms, like if you take ISO, I think there are four categories of controls.
Yeah, yeah, you are right, Venkat. But here we are just discussing it from the ISACA perspective. See, do you know that ISACA has one audit framework as well?
Um,
Any one of you?
COBIT,
No, no. ITAF.
ITEF,
COBIT,
okay.
ITAF. ITAF. Okay.
Okay.
Information Technology Audit Framework. And I have a copy of the same as well. Let me just. Yeah, but you are right. It is from the ISACA perspective only. And I think in the
Understood.
ITF
Understood.
also, they have added this. Let me just check if I have a copy of the same. Yeah. If you want, I can provide you this as well. IT audit. This is purely from the ISACA's perspective. This one, ITF. Okay. I think
Understood,
this is
Sachin.
my slide. If any one of you want the framework, like I can share you that as well. Okay, just for your
Yeah.
knowledge perspective. Yeah.
Yes, Sachin, kindly
Yeah,
share
Please,
please
it.
please
share.
add it to
Please.
the drive.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
add
I
it
will
to the
do that.
drive. Yeah.
I
Thank you.
will do that. Okay. Perfect, guys. Now, control relationship with the risk. Okay, guys, you tell me, for example, uh, in the organization, like those who are already in the audit department, you might have seen that organizations are preparing their RCM. Correct, guys? In the RCM, what they are doing, they are identifying a risk. Correct. Against each the risk item, they are mapping the control. Have you seen that, guys? In the RCM sheet, have you seen this? For example,
Yes,
in my also,
yes.
we can see that since I prepared this from the audit perspective, against the risk, we have written the testing steps and what control they have implemented. Correct. Similarly, in the organization's RCM sheet also, you will find whatever risk which are there. All that risk, okay, will be traceable with the control that, okay, this risk we have mitigated or this risk we have reduced with the help of this control. So when you are also doing your assessment, okay, you need to make sure that whatever risk which are there, for example, as an auditor, I want to check this particular risk. Then I have mapped boss for this risk, this control is implemented. Now, whether this control is effective or not, that is the next step. When I will do my review, at that time I will comment whether this is effective or not. But as an auditor, this is my responsibility to make sure and to map the risk against the control. Correct, guys? That was this is the risk and this is the control. So risk has to be traceable with the control, and control has to be mapped back to the applicable risk. Okay, and it needs to be documented. Okay. So this is what is the relationship between the control and risk. And when organizations are implementing a control at that time, they refers to the various frameworks or the regulatory requirements. For example, have you heard about CIS, guys? CIS benchmark. Those who are from the technical background, they must have heard about this. CIS benchmark. Tell me quickly. We are using CIS benchmark for what? We are using CIS benchmark for what, guys? Any one of you? Have you heard about hardening, guys? Have you ever heard about
Yeah, we,
hardening?
we tend to use a
Yes.
OS hardening,
Yeah,
OS
minimum
hardening
baseline
or
security
application
standard,
hardening,
correct?
baseline security standard,
Yeah, so we
application
are
hardening.
using, correct, we are using a CIS benchmark for that purpose only, correct? For the purpose of doing the hardening of our IT infrastructures, whether it is a OS, whether it is an application, whether it is a network device, whether it is server, correct? So we are using that. Similarly, have you heard about OWASP top 10, guys? OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. We are using this
Yeah,
for
Yes.
top
what?
Yes.
top 10
Yes.
vulnerabilities.
Secure
For
software
what?
development. During that, we will use it.
Perfect. While doing a VAPT, while doing the secure software development lifecycle, we are referring to the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities as well. Then this you might have heard SOC, SOC
Yes.
by AICPA. What is that? What is this? Not Security Operations Center. This is Service
System
Organization
organization.
Control.
Service
Now,
organization. Correct.
yeah,
Uh,
now known as a
SOC
System
1
and
and SOC 2
Organization
audits
Control.
you're referring, right?
Perfect. SOC 1 and SOC 2, SOC 1 and SOC 2, SOC 3. Guys, have you heard about this?
Yes,
SOC,
Sachin.
guys.
Yes.
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 Okay, if you have not heard about SOC, for that also I have uploaded one video where I have explained everything. What is the difference between SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3? I also uploaded a video on SOC 2 as well. Okay. So if you are not aware, maybe you can check out that video. Then PCI DSS, again, it is related to what?
For
Payment
payment
card
Card
gateway.
gateway.
industry.
Payment
Payment card
gateway.
industry
Correct.
compliance.
If you are
Card
payment,
Security.
correct. For that also there are. So basically here what we are discussing, we are just discussing the various control frameworks which are there. This is not an exhaustive list. This is a few example. Apart from that also there are a lot of other regulations and the requirements and the standards and the framework. These are few of them. Okay. Yeah, Piyush. What is a hardening, Piyush? So basically hardening means what? As a part of hardening, we are defining some minimum baseline security standard. I will be giving you one example. For example, Piyush, when your company is handing over a laptop to you, at that time they will ensure few things. For example, they have created a checklist that when we are handing over a laptop to the users, we need to make sure that the laptop includes the password parameters. Okay, it is implemented. There are some configuration settings which are being performed. So that is a hardening checks only. Correct. Hardening checks only. So hardening means what? Where we are, first we are defining certain configurations. Okay, we are defining that, and then we are making sure that those configurations are being adhered. Okay, that is what the hardening is. Okay, if you are still not clear, let me just open one hardening document for you so that you get a better clarity. Let me just stop share the screen. Okay, and I will open one hardening document so that you get a better clarity. Okay, just give me a moment. Hardening. Okay, it is there in this folder. You want to see hardening for what, Piyush? Should I show you for the desktop laptop or network device? What you want to see?
Network device if possible.
Network device? Okay, perfect. So I will open the firewall hardening document. Okay. Uh, 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 just a minute. I will open that from the CIS benchmark itself. Just give me a moment, okay? I will open the hardening document from the CIS benchmark.
Or I can give one basic example when we buy any Wi-Fi router previously. So it
Correct.
comes like TP-Link 01 is the basic password and ID.
Admin.
And but admin or TP-Link 01, TP-Link
Correct.
01 is the ID
Correct.
and password. So you have to change it to your name like Karthik Sevraj and password is you set up something else. So this
Correct.
is the minimum baseline. You are changing the basic configuration to your as per your need. or
Correct.
your
So this is
company
one
policy.
of the hardening parameter where you need to change all the default passwords. Correct. This is one of the hardening
Correct.
parameter
One of the.
where you need to change the all the default password which are being provided as a part of that particular this. Okay. For example, you have mentioned about the network device. Na? So I have opened the CIS this and I will show you for the network device and we'll see the hardening parameter for the firewall. Okay. This is my firewall hardening document. Now here you will see all the pointers. For example, this is the hardening parameters. First, it is talking about the password policy that in a firewall you need to keep this password policy. Then it is talking about device setup. There has to be a login banner. When somebody is logging to the firewall, the banner will be shown. Then MOTD, port dump is enabled, configuration DNS server is configured, correct? IPv6 is disabled. All these are the hardening parameters. Telnet is disabled, DSCP is disabled, correct? This is what the hardening document is. So here we have defined the best security configuration and then the same will be implemented. Okay, is it clear?
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Perfect. So this is about this. Now we are done with this. Now, can we do Q&A, guys, based on this discussion quickly? Can we do Q&A?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure, Sachin.
Let's do the Q&A. For that, let me just share the PDF. Perfect. Main objective, guys. Tell me the main objective. Okay.
See,
Okay. 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 So let me just check your answers. Some of you are saying option B. Srinivas is saying option C. Okay. Okay. So majority of saying option B only and Srinivas is C. Suresh, can you quickly tell me why B, why not C? Why B, why not C? Quickly, Shreyash.
Why? Because vulnerabilities, we will be looking on aging perspective, right?
Okay. Why not C?
I think so. It is not so completed.
Okay. Okay. Piyush, tell me why B, why not C?
I think regulation part is a broader term which is related to the whole compliance audit process, whereas risk with risk assessment, it's mainly related to vulnerability and identifying the risk in the system.
Okay. See, guys, what question is saying that why you are doing a risk assessment? We are doing a risk assessment to ensuring that we are complying with the regulation. So here, when we are selecting option C as an answer, what assumptions we are taking that risk assessment is mandatory from all the regulations perspective? Like, uh, like in all the countries' regulation, you will find that the risk assessment is mandatory activity. You are taking that assumptions. The main objective of doing a risk assessment, we are doing risk assessment to ensure the regulations are complied with. That is what the option C is. Correct. Option B is saying that the ensure the critical vulnerability and threat are recognized. See, when we are doing a risk assessment, objective of the risk assessment is what? To identify all the relevant risk and how we are identifying a relevant risk with the help of threat and vulnerability. And then we are documenting the same in the form of risk register. Correct, guys? So
Yes.
here, option C is not the appropriate answer. Correct? Ensure the regulations are complied with. We are not doing a risk assessment to ensuring that we are complying with the regulation. That is not the main or the prime objective of doing the same. Correct? Is it clear, Srinivas? Why B is the correct answer, not C? Clear? Srinivas, can I get a confirmation from you quickly? Is it clear?
Yes, Sachin. Clear.
Okay. Next question on your screen, guys. Guys, primary focus when you are deciding and when you are considering the level of security for an IT asset. Primary focus based on which you will decide what level of security needs to be implemented for an IT asset. Okay, all of you are saying option A. Okay, so I think there is no disconnect then. All of you are saying option A. That means it is a correct answer, only correct. Because see, we'll determine the level of security based on the criticality. If asset is critical, then maybe I will implement more security controls. Okay. It cannot be decided based on the value owner. Correct. So A is the correct answer only. Guys, a tricky one. Now let's see who will give me the correct answer. Read it very carefully. Read it very carefully, please. I want the final answer. You tell me whether it is right or wrong. Okay. Okay, so we have a lot of opinion. A, B, C, D. I got all the answers basically. A, B, C, D. Okay, that's great. But majority is going with the specialized audit. Okay. Shubham A, functional audit. Okay. Ben B, integrated audit. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, okay. Let's start with the option A first. Shubham, tell me why A.
Uh, I'm pretty sure that B and D are not the correct option. For B, integrated means you are doing two or three kind of audit, like functional
Uh-huh.
audit or financial audit or
Okay.
compliance audit. It's same. So B is eliminated. D is also eliminated because there is nothing said regarding the compliance. So I'm
Okay.
confused between A and C. Then specialized audit means